A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Jane Ace has taken Mr. Ace's advice and has begun to run her home on a business-like basis. Mr. Ace is to give her $25 a week, and she's to keep books on all expenditures and try to save a little something out of the 25. Yesterday, Jane explained the setup to Laura, the maid. This episode takes place in two scenes. Mr. Ace's office around 11 in the morning, and then to the Ace's bungalow later the same afternoon. But first to the office. Mr. Ace on the phone. Listen.
Why, sure I will, George. I'll have my secretary write the letter and mail it to you when that... What? In the morning? Fine. Don't mention it. So long. Miss Wilson?
Yes, Mr. Ace.
Oh, Miss Wilson, take a memo to remind me to write a letter of reference for George Tumley, first thing in the morning.
A letter for Mr. Tumley. Yes?
That's all.
Yes, sir. Oh, Mrs. Ace and some other woman are waiting to see you.
Mrs. Ace?
Yes, sir. I told her you were talking. They said they'd wait.
Say, well, who's the other... show her in, will you?
Yes, sir. I'm just going to. You may come in now, Mrs. Ace.
All right. Come in, Laura.
Laura, what is this?
I'm coming, ma'am. Now, this is the main office, Laura. You see, that other part is just the waiting room. This is the main office. This is where Mr. Ace stays. He sits right at that big desk over there.
Yes, in fact, he is sitting there now.
Oh, hello, dear. I'm showing Laura the office.
Yes, I see you are.
We got the thinking this morning that since we're running the house like a business, or like you do your office, we ought to come down and see just what goes on down here and try to run the house about the same way.
Oh, I see. You and Laura sort of...
Yes, we decided on it right after we ordered the meat for dinner. My prices are way up. Roast beef, 49 cents a pound. When I figured out how much the dinner was going to cost me tonight, I said to Laura, there's something wrong that we must be doing, or the money wouldn't be going so fast. So I said...
Wait a minute, Jane. You're not coming here to see me about the price of roast beef, are you?
No, we just decided to see how you run your office. You remember you said you wanted me to run the home like you do your office.
Yes, I remember, but there's nothing to see. This is a business office. I've got things to do this morning.
Well, that's all right, dear. You go ahead and do them. We won't make any noise. We'll just sit here and watch.
And watch?
Yes. Sit down, Laura. Yes, miss. That's it, over there, and I'll sit over here. There, we're out of your way, dear. Now, you just go right ahead.
Go right ahead what?
Go right ahead and run your office.
And you two are going to be sitting there.
Watching you, that's all. We won't disturb you. I just want to get some ideas about what I should do at home when I sit at my desk. Sit down, dear, and go ahead and do your work.
Well, listen, Jane, I haven't time to talk to you now. I've got all this mail to read over and these estimates to look over.
Well, go ahead. That's what I want you to do.
But I can't do any work with you two How long are you going to sit there?
Oh, not very long. We just want to see how you do it. Go ahead, dear. Don't be bashful.
I'm not bashful.
Well, you look like you're blushing or something.
Oh, I am not. This is a business office.
Well, go ahead.
Oh, I will, and I don't want to be disturbed.
We won't.
Well, all right.
See, Laura, he put his feet up on the desk.
Yes, ma'am.
That's because he has that swivel chair like I wanted.
Yes, ma'am. You can't hardly do it with the chair you got at home.
What's going on here? What are you two muttering about?
Oh, are we disturbing you, dear?
Well, you're not doing me any good. I'm not used to an office audience.
Oh, well, we won't say anything else. Go ahead, dear.
Oh, isn't this awful?
Hush now, Laura.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Wilson?
Oh, you scared me.
Oh, Jane, will you please...
Well, you scared me out of my half-wits the way you yelled.
Yes, Mr. Ace.
Take a letter.
Yes, sir.
Ready?
Take a letter to the handling company. Thank you very much for your estimates on the plumbing and fixtures, but I feel you can do better. I'll be waiting for another and much lower set of figures before the week is over. Sincerely.
Yes, sir. Anything else?
Just enclose their estimates and get it mailed right away.
Yes, sir. Right away, Mr. Ace.
See, Laura?
Beg pardon, ma'am.
See how she goes out the minute she's through? she goes right back to work. It takes you so long to get back to the kitchen.
Yes, ma'am, I see what you mean
Jane,
now.
don't you think you'd better be getting back to your own office or whatever it is you're beginning to call our home?
I'm beginning to call our home. You're the one.
I know, but after all, this is my place of business. I can't be entertaining my wife and her maid here.
Oh, we don't want you to.
Oh, no, sir.
You just go right ahead. I want to see how you do everything. Because it's going to be very hard to run the house on $25 a week, and with Marge only paying $5 now instead of $10.
Yeah, that was a nice business touch. You were going to ask Marge for an additional $5 for room and board, and you'll wind up giving her a $5 cut.
Well, what could I do? After she told me how little she had left out of her salary, and she just bought a new fall outfit.
I know.
And Laura won't work for less than $8. I tried to get her to take $7, but she won't.
No, ma'am, I couldn't work for less than $8. The cost is, and everything is so high.
Well, I know everything's high. Look at liver, 85 cents a pound, and roast beef, 49 cents a pound. Did you know everything's so high, dear?
Well, sure, I know everything's gone way up, but the way you've been throwing money around with no system at all, we could run 2 homes. Now, you'll watch every cent you spend. Whatever you have left over, you can keep for yourself. You ought to be able to save something out of the money I...
The National Broadcasting Company presents Lights Out, a summer revival of some of the best stories in the series which many of our listeners will remember. Tonight's story, the 4th in the current series, is called The Battle of the Magicians.
Lights out, everybody. This is the witching hour. It is the hour when dogs howl and evil is let loose on a sleeping world. Sit in the dark now and listen to Lights Out.
But, Mr. Saladin, is it true?
True? What makes the thing true, Irene? Because you believe in it? Or because a million others believe in it? Or, I can tell you this. The Penal Code of Haiti contains a section promising death to any who create zombies. And if the sober lawmakers of the country believe enough of it to put it into their books of law, well, then...
But it's impossible to raise the dead, Mr. Saladin.
Impossible? I wonder. The folklore of every country is full of tales of bringing the dead back to life, bringing them back to serve the living. There are tales of vampires, ghosts, werewolves.
But they're superstitions. Surely you don't...
Who am I, my dear Irene, to say where truth ends and superstition begins?
I'd like to know some more about zombies.
I've told you all that is known of them. How they are living, yet not living, dead. How they are summoned from the grave by the black magic of some sorcerer. How they must do his bidding until he wearies of them.
But must these poor dead people... Well, I mean, isn't there ever any rest for them? Can't they...
Can they not die again? Yes, there is a way. Zombies eat, you know, even as human beings do. But only when they are fed. They will not seek food for themselves. And if they eat salt, if anything containing salt so much as passes a zombie's lips, then he must return forthwith to his grave.
Oh, but Mr. Saladin...
That's the tale, Irene. I do not make it up.
But...
Look you, these creatures of the darkness, these unholy beings of superstition, they must obey laws. Nature has its laws, so there are laws of the supernatural. Immutable laws that all its creatures must obey, even as we creatures of nature must obey ours. You speak of superstition.
But superstition is just belief.
Ah, it is so. But we have been taught only in recent years to believe in certain things that science has learned. The germ theory of disease, for example.
But that's true, Mr. Saladin.
Perhaps, yes. I do not deny it. There's ample proof. There's also ample proof of the existence of supernatural beings, if one will take the trouble to look for it.
Not proof.
Proof indeed. But, It appears we have a visitor, Eileen.
Yes, sir. I'll see who it is, Mr. Saladin. Mr. Joseph Warner, president of Acme Airlines, Mr. Saladin.
So? Show him in then, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Saladin will see you, Mr. Warner.
Thank you.
Good morning to you, Mr. Warner.
You're Saladin?
Saladin, yes.
You're some kind of detective.
Some people have been, shall I say, kind enough to describe me as an investigator.
I hear that you're good.
Thank you. Won't you sit down? And so you have come to consult me about the recent wrecks of your airplanes, Mr. Warner.
How did you... Oh, yes, the newspapers, of course. Well, that's right, Mr. Saladin.
So?
You read about that one yesterday?
Yes.
14 killed, including the crew of 3. Absolutely no explanation for it.
Except what you know, Mr. Warner.
What?
I said except what you know about it.
What do you mean
You
by...
would not have come to me, Mr. Warner, unless... Well, suppose you explain.
I'd like to know how you knew that.
It is my business, sir. Yes, Irene?
The window washer, Mr. Saladin. Can he come through your office?
Very well. One moment, Mr. Warner.
Excuse us, please. I got to get the windows washed.
That is a job I would not like very well, I'm afraid, Mr. Warner. But to your business. You, received a warning,
Yes, I received it. How did you know that?
I have some knowledge of the ways in which Dr. Ehrlich works, Mr. Warner.
Ehrlich? That's the name.
I was rather certain. You may read the letter. It was a letter, I assume.
Yes. There were 2 of them. The first one a week ago. It said, this Dr. Ehrlich had need of $100,000, and the letter warned if I didn't come across, one of our ships would be wrecked.
And you assume this was, what does one say, a crank letter, and did nothing about it?
That's right. We get a lot of fool letters.
And because you took that attitude, 14 people are dead. Horribly dead.
Yes.
You said there were 2 letters.
Yes, here's the other one.
Today, the tornado. Take warning. And Erlich's signature. The tornado was the name of the airplane that crashed.
Yes, John Elliott was piloting it. The oldest, safest pilot on the line. I can't understand it.
I can, Mr. Warner.
You can.
Tell me, when did you receive this letter?
Not 5 minutes before the flash came that the tornado had crashed.
He timed it very well.
Yes,
Did you make any effort to trace this letter?
No, well, there was so much excitement around the office.
Of course. And so what do you wish me to do?
I haven't given this to the police, Mr. Saladin. The publicity, you know. People would think it's easy to smash one of our airliners. You understand?
Yes. You wish me to find Ehrlich, to...
What you do with him, Mr. Saladin, is no concern of mine, provided no more such things occur.
Mr. Warner, I know Ehrlich of old. His life is forfeit 1,000 times over. But you yourselves have an old proverb. First catch your rabbit.
You catch him, Saladin. It'll be worth your while.
Yes. Yes, it will be very much worth my while, my friend.
Can you get to work at once, Mr. Saladin? You can understand we're upset.
I understand. I promise nothing, Mr. Warner, except that I will try. No man may do more.
Oh, that's all that I can ask. You'll go after him, then?
It is agreed.
Good. You, have a cigar? What's this?
Let me see that. Let me see it.
How the devil did that get in my pocket?
Read it yourself, Mr. Warner.
Oh, yes. You have been very foolish to go to Saladin. Now your fate is sealed. I will destroy your airplanes one by one. And when the time comes, yourself. I have fought with Saladin before, as he well knows. This time is the last, Ehrlich.
So, my friend, you have brought upon yourself.
He knows. How could he?
Down on the floor, quick! Score one for Saladin, Eileen.
But what
Our
was...
delightful friend, the window washer. I just caught sight of... Let us see what has happened.
Good Lord, Saladin, do you
Observe.
think...
A crowd gathers in the street below. Morbid gazers on sudden death.
O'clock, Mr. Saladin.
Thank you, Irene. If you are ready.
You won't hurt me, Mr. Saladin.
I give you my word, Irene.
I'm afraid.
You need have no fear. No harm can come to you while I live.
I do want to help you, Mr. Saladin. Only
Listen to me one moment, Irene. Of 50 girls who applied for this position, I selected you. I've not told you why.
No, I never could understand.
It was for one reason, Irene. You have the little, oh so very little, psychic spark that is lacking in all the other ones who came. You do not know it yourself, but Saladin knows. I must use you, but I shall not unless you consent wholeheartedly.
I'll do it, Mr. Saladin. I trust you.
You will not lose by it, my child. Look, then, we have a little time. Sit here. Sit comfortably. So. Now we begin. Look into the crystal. Look deep into it, my child. Say over and over to yourself. Early. Early.
Early.
Early.
Early. Early. Ehrlich. Ehrlich.
Go and seek
Ehrlich.
out the soul of Ehrlich the magician while he sleeps.
Ehrlich.
Go and find him, Irene.
Ehrlich.
Find Ehrlich. Find Ehrlich. Search deep in the crystal globe. Ehrlich.
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 Who calls Ehrlich?
It is I, Saladin, that calls Ehrlich.
What do you want, Saladin?
You will tell me where I shall find you, Ehrlich.
No. I shall not.
You will tell Ehrlich.
No.
I am master of your soul that wanders now while your body sleeps, Ehrlich. You will tell me where to find you.
I will not.
Tell me.
No. No.
Tell me.
In the tower. In the tower. I will not tell more.
You will, Ehrlich. Tell me.
In the tower. The highest tower of all.
Ah. And where is it, this tower?
I will not tell more. I will not.
Tell, Ehrlich.
I will not. I will not tell.
I say you shall, Ehrlich.
I will not tell. Beware. Your power wanes now, Saladin.
Be sure you will not remember what you have told Ehrlich when you awake.
I will remember.
By the 5 names I commanded, Ehrlich, you will not remember.
I will not remember.
Ehrlich. Ehrlich. Ehrlich.
Awake now, Irene. Awake, Irene. Awake.
Are you all ready now, Mr. Saladin?
Just sit quietly and rest, my child. So, Ehrlich, I think perhaps we shall have a little talk together.
Hello, LeBlanc in trip 5. Radio check, please.
KCT to LeBlanc and trip 5 on the line. Okay.
LeBlanc to KCT. How are you, Shorty?
KCT to LeBlanc. Okay, Frenchie. Who's your pilot today?
LeBlanc to KCT. I do not know yet. Charlie Butler is sick all of a sudden. That is what I wait for.
KCT to LeBlanc. Better see your records are straight before you take off, Frenchie.
LeBlanc to KCT. That is not my business, Shorty, my friend. I am just co-pilot. I pull up the landing gear, sometimes land. I just go along for the ride.
KCT to LeBlanc. Okay, Frenchie. Jazz your motors when your pilot's ready. I'll check you off. That's all, KCT.
Are you the co-pilot on this trip?
Oh, you scare me a little bit. Yes, sir. You are a pilot?
I am the pilot. Yes. We are ready to take off.
We are ready long time. Your papers are all right?
The manifest is all right. Yes.
I am Francis Leblanc.
Yes.
Well,
KCT to LeBlanc on the line. Okay to take off. Ceiling unlimited. Visibility unlimited. Temperature 44. Dew point 28. Barometer 29-90. Okay to take off. KCT to LeBlanc. Bye.
LeBlanc to KCT. Merci, Shorty. I see you Thursday. LeBlanc to KCT. Bye.
Happy landings, Frenchie.
Pardonnez-moi, monsieur. You want to take off, eh?
I will take off. Yes.
Oui, voilà.
Up gear.
Up gear, sir.
You have checked everything, LeBlanc.
Oui, I have checked everything. We are all right. Just long buggy ride. 10 passengers, mail, express.
Right.
How you like this plane, eh?
All right.
Excuse me, I do not think I catch your name, please.
My name is Ott. Edward Ott.
I am pleased to meet you, Monsieur Ott. You know what? I think I remember that name. There was a pilot named Ott that died 2 weeks ago on east end of the line.
Is that so?
Oui, it is so. He is a relative of you, Monsieur Ott?
No, he is not relative.
So? You like me to fly her a little while?
No. I am pilot of this ship. I will do the flying.
Ça va, monsieur.
So, you did find me after all, Saladin. The very clever Saladin. Well, I think this time the very clever Saladin has had his last adventure, no?
I do not believe you will win, Alec.
No. I do, my dear enemy. I have not time now to find out you learned where my laboratory is. But there is time enough for that.
It is simple enough, Alec. You talked in your sleep, you see.
I remember now. I knew I had dreamed.
But I forbade you to remember, Alec.
Yeah, well, one little victory. I've waited a long time for this, Saladin.
Yes, and failed a great many times.
I will not fail this time.
What is written is written. I should be interested in how you caused that airplane to crash yesterday, Alec.
Yes. It was so simple, Saladin. I am amazed at a man of your attainment.
I think I know.
Well, I shall show you very soon. You will not tell anyone about it, I think.
I wonder.
They said there was no clue to the crash, Saladin.
Yes?
Would you like to know how?
I think I know.
Oh? Well,
you too know something of black magic?
I know a great deal of black magic, my friend. Shall I show you? Are you afraid of snakes, Saladin?
No, Eric.
Let us see. This bit of paper. Twist it. So. And you see it is but paper, Saladin. But now, look at it.
A cobra. You are clever, Alec. But look now. Harmless paper again.
No.
I am not entirely powerless, Alec, even though my hands are bound.
How did you? I thought that only one man in the world.
Perhaps I am the man, Alec. Look at the paper closely again.
I fear I underestimate.
You see? It really is the snake, Alec.
Curse you! I'll have your heart for that.
Perhaps. But perhaps you had better get to your zombies again.
Zombies? How did you know?
It is possible that I read your mind, Alec.
So. Well, you have guessed it. I told that fool Warner that I would smash every one of his planes. Now, even now, he is about to lose another.
So? And how do you propose to do it, may I ask?
Read my mind, Saladin.
You challenge me?
Yes.
Very well, then. I read this. A living dead man is at the controls of the ship you intend to destroy. I do not know how you propose to control him. Radio. So he is to crash the ship full of passengers near an airport where all can see. I wonder...
Saladin, until now I have regarded you as a meddler. A man foolishly staking his life against great odds. I am not so sure of the odds now. Saladin, you and I...
No, Alec. Between you and me, there can be nothing but enmity. We are set apart to fight one another forever.
Between us, we could rule the world. Tomorrow, Saladin.
No, between us, there is always war.
Well, so be it, then. But look for no mercy from me. I will kill you as I would a rat, Saladin.
Agreed, if you can.
LeBlanc and Trade 5. LeBlanc and Trade 5. To Chicago. Special weather report, please. LeBlanc, E5. 5 for Chicago.
So, the first contact.
That is the ship, then?
That is the ship, yes.
That did not sound like the voice of a zombie, Alec.
No. That is Miller, the co-pilot. He does the bidding of my dead man. So, and now the little drama begins. Will you listen?
It is your drama. Now.
Quite so, my friend. I must get to work. Ehrlich, calling pilot up in trip 5, Acme Airlines. Ehrlich, calling pilot up in trip 5, Acme Airlines.
Out in trip 5. I hear you.
Give your position.
5 miles southeast of Chicago.
Good. You will do as I tell you.
I will do as you tell me. Who is speaking, please? What is enough from you? Be silent. Yes, sir, but...
You are under pilot's orders, LeBlanc. You will do as you are told.
Who are you, Sacramento? Silent. Yes, sir, but... Yes, sir.
Now up. When you arrive above the Chicago airport, you are to circle the field 3 times full motor.
I am to circle the field 3 times full motor.
And then when I give the word, you are to climb to 2,000 feet.
I am to climb to 2,000 feet.
And then I will tell you when.
You will tell me when.
And you will dive the ship full motor into the ground in the center of the field.
I will dive the ship full motor into the center of the field.
That is all.
Hello. Who is it that makes the...
Silence him.
Oh.
You have thought of everything, Eric.
Yes. This pilot, he died 2 weeks ago. I secured his body.
You add grave robbery to your other crimes.
But of course. I must have one that was a pilot. And he obeys without question, you see.
So far, yes. But you have not won yet.
I am close enough, Saladin.
I wonder.
Ut! Report your position.
Southwest of Chicago Airport. I can see the field.
Good. You are ready?
I am ready.
Your co-pilot?
He is here. He will not interfere.
Report when you are over the field.
I will report when I am over the field.
Alec, what would you do if I told your zombie what to do?
Ott, you are to obey only Alec's commands.
I will obey only Alec's commands.
Do you mind if I talk to him?
Go ahead and try.
Leblanc? Leblanc?
Who calls?
Do you hear me, Leblanc?
I hear you.
Est-ce que vous avez un morceau de serre?
Dessert, monsieur?
Du serre, oui.
Peut-être, monsieur, mais pourquoi?
Stop. What did you say to him, Saladin?
You do not speak French, then, Alec?
Of course. Certainly.
Then you know that I asked him merely if there was anything he could do. And he replied that he could not.
Of course. But why did you...
I'm afraid that you are about to win, Alec.
You admit it, then?
I am sorry.
It is too late now. It is too late, Saladin. I offered to join forces with you once. But now I am the master.
Art reporting. I am over Chicago Airport now.
Good. Begin your circle.
I will begin my circles.
Now, friend Saladin, we shall see. Perhaps we shall even hear the screams, the dying screams of the passengers in this doomed ship. It is a wonderful invention, this radio. True magic.
Yes, it is true magic.
You will tell me when you are ready, Alec.
I will tell you. Make your circles.
I am making a circle.
Do they see you on the field below?
Many people are coming out to watch.
Good. We will give them a show.
We will give them a show.
Leblanc. Leblanc.
Oui, monsieur?
You may speak to him as you wish, Saladin. It is too late now, and he is powerless.
Yes, I am afraid so, but... Leblanc, avez-vous des selles?
Oui, monsieur. Il y a des petits grains ici de mon déjeuner, mais pourquoi?
Écoutez, le pilote, c'est un loup-garou.
Hein? C'est vrai, monsieur, mais...
Écoutez, mettez les selles sur ses lèvres, dans sa bouche, comprenez? Vitement.
There is nothing you can do, Leblanc. Ott, are you ready?
I am ready.
Vitement. Vitement, Leblanc.
Here, Mr. Ott, taste a little of the salt.
Salt? What have you...
Listen.
Take over, Mr. LeBlanc. What? I take over. My work is done.
Ott, come back. Come back, I say.
No, my work for you is done. I go now. I go home.
Come back. Come back. Come back, I say.
Monsieur, I was just in time, monsieur.
So, you did it, Saladin?
I did it, yes.
So, well, you have beaten me again. But this time...
It is too late, Alec.
You think so? You do not know Alec.
I know that...
There he is, Barry! Fool, you will not take it!
You are too late, gentlemen. I doubt that even Alec could survive a 40-story fall.
Monsieur, where are you, monsieur? Where are you?
I am here, Leblanc. What happened?
Monsieur, when I did put the salt at his lips, as you tell me in French, he did say to me, take over.
Yes, we heard him. Is the plane all right?
It is under control. I am circling.
Where is Ott? Where is the pilot?
I do not know. He left his seat and went up. A moment. Something is the fry.
Leblanc, what is it?
It is the cabin door. Someone has opened it. Oh!
Leblanc, what happened?
Monsieur Hart, the pilot, he jumped out. He is falling. He is going to land on the long runway. Oh.
Leblanc, is your plane still all right?
Yes. I am all right. But I cannot land now. You understand? I will circle until I contact the control tower.
Of course, Leblanc. What is happening on the field?
People are running out toward the... Oh, mon Dieu, I...
Quick, Leblanc, what is it?
I do not believe what my eyes see. That broken dead body on the runway. Every bone in it must be smashed, but...
Yes, Leblanc. What is it?
That body, monsieur. It is crawling toward the cemetery that stands beside the field.
them on now.
You have just heard Lights Out. This was the fourth in the series of revivals of the best stories of this famous series. In tonight's cast, you heard Everett Clark as Saladin, Tony Parrish as Ehrlich, Meg Hahn as Irene, Duke Watson as Mr. Werner, Boris Aplon as Ott, Nathan Davis as LeBlanc, and Ernest Andrews as the radio operator. India is the setting of our story next Saturday night. You'll hear how a British Sahib, wise in the ways of the Orient, wreaks a terrible revenge on a Chicago gangster who has wronged him. Of course, if you don't want to be scared stiff, you can always listen to something else. But if you're around about this time next Saturday night, tune in. Lights Out is produced and directed by Albert Cruz. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
Ever since the invention of the wheel, man has been doing his utmost to outstrip time. A century ago, it took weeks to cross the continent by covered wagon. A decade ago, it took only days by train. Now, in a modern airplane, you can span the distance in hours. And if our civilization has its way with the supersonic aircraft, you can leave New York at 2 in the afternoon and arrive in Los Angeles at 1. That's fast. But I know of something even faster. The route that a murderess takes to the grave.
They called me Consuelo when I was born. That's Spanish or something. Not that I'm Spanish. My father saw the name on a shampoo advertisement and thought it was cute. Oh, but it fits me fine. You see, I'm sort of Latin-looking with black hair, brown eyes, and lashes down here. And I'll match my complexion against the babies. I like to dance and have fun, and I've got no bad habits. The boys call me the perfect date. But there's one thing I like better than good times, and even looking at myself in the mirror all day long. I love to take things. Oh, it's not stealing. I mean, I don't take things to get money out of it. I just get a kick out of picking up something when nobody's looking, that's all. A doctor once called it kleptomania, whatever that is. Well, he was adorable, too. He was the only thing I missed when I ran away. But that was months ago, when I first met Charlie. It was in a department store, the kind I like to visit when I get the urge. May I help you, miss? Oh, yes, please. Those gloves are very pretty. May I see them, please? Size 6. Of course. Here you are. They're genuine linen, the latest thing. Oh, let me see the other pair in the showcase over there. Yes, please. These? Yeah, that's right. Oh, bring out the other 2 pairs right next to it, if it's not too much trouble. Oh, not at all. These are pigskin. The others are suede. Oh, my size? Yes, ma'am. They're awful pretty. What's that in the showcase behind your back? Here? Oh, they're not your size, miss. Oh, and they're just what I wanted. Don't you have another pair? Not in size 6. Oh, well, then let it go. Oh, thank you so much. You're very welcome.
Just a second, baby.
I beg your pardon?
Shopping?
Who are you?
Just a guy with good eyes, so let me see the bag, huh?
Oh, the nerve.
Why did you take the lizard gloves? The suede isn't half as expensive.
All right.
All right. What?
Take me up to the master and turn me in.
Oh, baby, I'm not a store detective.
No?
And your fingers aren't half as quick as you think they are. Have you had your lunch yet?
No. I'm starved. But
Come on, look at a car outside. And I can see it in it.
Why didn't you turn me in, Charlie?
Oh, maybe it's because I kind of go for your looks.
Oh, you hit me? No. My hair's a mess. Oh, this dress is a fright.
You'd get by in a potato sack, or we just died in the middle.
I'll feel more comfortable if it came from Carvelo's.
How'd you like to go into business?
What kind of business?
The kind that can net you $1,000 a week.
Sounds like nice work if I can get it.
You can get it. You know anything about poker?
It's a card game, isn't it?
Look, you being cute or you just as dumb as you sound? Sure, it's a card game. What else would it be?
I don't know how to play it.
You don't have to know it. All you got to remember is how to read the cards. I'll do the rest.
Oh, is that what you are? A gambler?
I'm an investor. I invest in other guys' mistakes.
Oh.
And what are you looking for?
A match to light my cigarette.
Oh, here's the light.
Oh. Thanks.
Now, here's a gimmick. I run a poker game in my apartment once a week. Big stuff. Only the top money boys are invited. Anybody comes in with less than 30 G's, just a kibitzer.
Well, what do I do?
You? Oh, you serve sandwiches and drinks.
For $1,000?
For $1,000. You also got a little job on the side. When a big pot comes up, you read the other guy's hand and you flash me a sign.
Oh.
Oh, what?
Oh, that's nice.
It'll be easy. You hand a guy a drink or sandwich or cigar from behind. When you lean over, you see his cards, and you give me a sign, and I know just how to play.
Oh, it sounds like fun.
It's not fun, baby. It's business. The fun comes later. How about it? You want in?
I don't mind. When do we begin?
Tomorrow night. I'll rehearse the signals with you after dinner. Oh, and Consuelo.
Yes?
Take my cigarette lighter out of your bag and put it back where it belongs. Oh, wow. You're all right, baby. You look terrific.
Thanks for the orchids, Charlie.
That's okay.
Oh, where's other company?
I'll be here in a couple of minutes. Now, you got everything straight?
I think so.
Don't make any mistakes.
Oh, I never make mistakes, Charlie. Oh, sorry.
Lay off. You'll eat later. Right now, you've got work to do. That's it. Answer the door, will you?
Right away, Charlie. Good evening.
Good evening. Who are you?
Consuelo's my name. Come in, won't you?
Well, how goes it, Nicky boy?
Who's the dame?
Me, Consuelo. Don't let your tongue hang out so far. This is Nicky Morgan, Connie. They call him the Blunt.
I'm awfully glad to know you.
You got a nice shape.
Uh-huh. Thank you.
Too bad I saw her first, eh, Nicky?
Would you like a sandwich?
Connie says she wants to help out tonight. She'll get you anything you want.
Yeah?
Anything within reason.
Okay, sit down, Nicky boy.
Yeah, thanks.
The boys will be here any minute now. What do you start off with tonight?
Give me $5,000.
What all you get for $5,000?
Hey, it's $100 a chip, sugar. Now, you just run over to that bar. Don't worry your sweet little head about the game. Make it have a straight rye. I'll have scotch on the rocks.
Okay, Doc. I'll have a sandwich.
Where'd you find her, Charlie?
Well, now, Nicky boy, my grandma introduced us.
She got nice legs, too.
You here for cards, Nicky?
Huh? Oh, sure, but I can look, can't I?
Yeah, sure, you can look, but no touch.
I feel lucky tonight.
Yeah?
I think I'll take you and the boys for $100,000.
And Nicky boy, how about a little side bet?
Sure, why not?
$20,000 says I top you in the take.
$20,000 plus a date with Consuelo against my 25.
You're on, Nicky boy.
About 15 minutes later, the rest of the suckers arrived. They came in different shapes and sizes, but they all had something in common. A bankroll. Pretty soon the chips were bouncing on the table, and I was handing the sandwiches around. The signals I gave Charlie must have been the right ones, because it wasn't long before he had most of the chips on his side of the table, and some of the players had dropped out. Then they came to the last deal, and that was the biggest part of all.
I'll raise you 5 more, Charlie.
I get 10.
You must have a nice hand.
It cost you $5,000 more to find out.
Nicky, you want a sandwich?
I just had one.
Oh.
In fact, you've been handing me sandwiches all night.
Nicky boy, that's what she's here for.
So you told me.
Come on, Nicky, put up a scram.
I like my hand, Charlie.
How much do you like your hand, Nicky?
I like it so much, I'll put another $20,000 on it if you call and show.
Just you don't have that many chips in front of you.
My checks are still good, aren't they?
As good as cash.
Are you sure you won't have a pickle or something, Nicky?
I don't like pickles.
Leave him alone, baby. He's getting kind of nervous.
You never saw the day when Nicky Morgan got nervous.
There's my 20 G's. Now, what have you got, Nicky boy?
Full house. Queen's high.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah?
Yeah. I got 4 10s.
Oh, too bad, Nicky.
Yeah. Yes, sweetheart. Too bad.
Nicky looked at me for a second, and he smiled. But it was the kind of a smile that gives you goosepimples. He was the last to leave the apartment, and he didn't shake hands with Charlie before he went.
Yeah, looks like you got clean, Nicky. Fortunes of war, you know.
There's more where that came from.
Yeah, better luck next week.
You, gonna have this baby here next time we play?
Right, any objection?
Maybe.
What kind?
The sandwiches come high.
Don't like to eat them, stay home, Nicky boy.
Maybe I will, Charlie, after I even the score. I'll sit in once more next week and see how it goes.
Oh, come up any time. And maybe we can have a little private stud game one night.
Just you and me?
Just you and me.
I'll let you know.
Good night, Nicky.
So long, Brown Eye. Keep your hems straight. Hey, what'd I do in my pocket watch?
Your watch?
Did you have one when you came in?
It was in my vest, hanging on the chair.
Consuelo.
Yes, Charlie?
Give him back his watch.
His watch?
Give it back to him. Dig it out.
Well, if the gentleman insists.
Got itchy fingers, Nicky. Just the kind of gag.
Yeah, well, next time I come up here, I'll sit on my clothes.
No hard feelings, Nicky.
No hard feelings. And just to show I can go along with a gag, we'll shake on it.
He grabbed my fingers in his hairy paw and squeezed. But when he let go, there was a piece of paper in my palm. A few minutes later, when Charlie wasn't looking, I opened the note and saw what he wrote. He'd left his phone number, and he told me to use it, or else.
In many ways, some women are like handsome clocks. Their lines are sleek. Their thinking is methodical and cold. Their minds, like the works of a timepiece, are made of steel. And they complete the ensemble with a chromium-plated heart.
I called the phone number Nicky gave me, and he told me to come up. He owned as nice a place as Charlie did, only his was a penthouse that opened up the park. He was wearing a tiny silk dressing gown over his shirt and pants with one of those big dragons on the back of it. But he was even richer than Charlie was. The toothpick he stuck in his mouth was made of solid gold.
Sit down, baby. Have a drink.
A lady shouldn't come here, Nicky.
Why not?
Charlie might get mad.
Charlie can drop dead. He's nothing but a chiseling grafter. Anyway, you're here, so just forget about him.
I guess you're sore about that watch.
Nah, I'm not sore.
I didn't really steal it.
No, you were just holding it for me so it wouldn't break.
You see, I like to take things.
Oh, so I noticed.
Sometimes it's just little things like jars of cold cream or a bottle of perfume.
But you've got even worse habits, honey.
Have I?
Yeah. You called the shots last night, doll. And you fooled everybody but me.
I should have known you were too smart.
Yeah. And so should Charlie.
What are you going to do?
Well, there's lots of things I could do. For instance, I could go back to Charlie's joint with a .45 and blow his crooked head off.
Oh.
Then I could take you out onto that balcony there and push you over the side.
I wouldn't like that.
Sure you wouldn't like that. You wouldn't be half as nice to look at after you landed on the street.
Why didn't you tell Charlie you knew?
Because I got bigger ideas, doll, and you're included. How much does that stinker pay you?
I got $1,000 for every game.
$1 grand. When he takes in 50 grand.
Well, after all, I'm not experienced.
And I got a feeling you're not as dumb as you sound. How would you like to work for me?
But I've already got a job, Nicky.
Now you'll have 2 of them. You'll keep on with Charlie, but you'll double cross him. For me. You'll give him cockeyed signals so he bets his ears off on every hand. And after we take him to the cleaners, you get a 50-50 split.
Oh, well, I'll have to think it over.
You can do your thinking here.
Suppose he catches me.
Why should he?
You did.
This is different. He'll never figure you for a double cross. How about it?
I guess I can't refuse.
Not if you want to stay healthy. Anyway, why should you refuse? Charlie's got a face that could spoil your appetite. And I can match him cards and spades for dough.
But what excuse can I give him when I cross his signals?
Just tell him you forgot. All you gotta do is work this once. Just once. When I get through with him, he won't have enough left to pay his laundry bill. Then, later, maybe we could work the boats.
What? boats?
The big ones that go over from here to Europe. We travel first class, only the best. And the big-time suckers will fall in our laps.
I always wanted to go to Paris.
You're practically in Paris right now, if you play ball.
Charlie wasn't so hard to work with, but I suppose a girl must think of herself every once in a while, too.
Just one thing, baby.
Yeah?
Don't run this double cross into a triple play. Or them orchids you're wearing might turn out to be lilies.
Don't you trust me?
Oh, sure. And I'll even trust you better when I get to know you more.
When are you coming over to Charlie's place again?
Tonight, maybe. And I'm coming along. We're playing stud poker together with one card buried. And we're playing for $500 a chip.
That sounds awfully extravagant.
It's steep enough to break me if I walk out a loser. But I can finish Charlie inside of 2 hours.
I'll be waiting for you, Nicky. And I'll do my best to please.
Hello, baby.
Charlie, what are you doing here?
Oh, waiting for you.
How did you get into my room?
The only one who can use the fingers, baby. Grabbed the key at the desk when the clerk turned round.
Oh. Well, take off your coat and make yourself at home.
Yeah, I will.
What did you come over here for anyway? I thought I wasn't supposed to see you till tomorrow.
Oh, Nicky called me.
Oh, did?
He's coming over to my place for a 2-handed game of stud tonight.
What stud?
Oh, it's a 5-card poker with 4 cards open on the table. 1 card's buried. Each guy only sees his own.
Oh.
It'll be even easier to take Nicky Morgan that stud than it was before.
Do we use the same signals?
No. This time all I have to know is that 1 card. So I'm changing things around. Besides, I had a feeling Nicky boy was getting wise the last trip. Take it easy when you use those winks. That legs get eyes in the back of his head.
Yeah, be careful, Charlie.
Yeah, tonight's the night, baby. Both putting up the works in cash.
How much?
$250,000 apiece.
No wonder I'll come out with $500,000.
And the loser gets a free pass to the poorhouse.
Sounds exciting.
After we clean them out, we'll take a little trip.
And play the boats?
Where'd you learn about playing the boats?
Well, I don't know. I saw the movie once, I guess. Why?
Because that's what Nicky used to do.
Really?
For a dame who don't know the difference between closed poker and stud, that's pretty smart stuff.
Guess I learned quickly.
Just don't forget your lessons when Nicky shows up tonight.
Johnny, suppose he caught onto us. What would have happened?
We little told us.
That's what scares me.
Oh, you don't need to be scared. Not as long as I got this in my hip.
I didn't know you carried a gun.
It's not the kind of thing you advertise in the paper.
You'll have a lot of money when you take Nicky to the cleaners.
Yeah, enough to get by on.
And what about me? All I get out of it is a measly $1,000.
No. No, you get more than that, Consuelo.
Do I?
Yeah. You get me. The keeps.
Oh.
Oh, what?
Oh, isn't that nice?
Hey, what are you doing, kidding me?
No. Now string along, Charlie. You can count on that. I was on my way to Charlie's apartment. I wore my low-cut evening gown with the ankle-strap gold sandals. I had a girl from the beauty parlor come up to do my nails and hair. And I took the scissors and a bottle of polish just to keep from getting bored. By the time I got to Charlie's, I had a plan all worked out.
You're late, baby.
I came over as fast as I could. Oh, but I'm going to tell you, Charlie.
Yeah, what?
Nicky called me just after you left my hotel room.
What for?
He made me an offer to crush you.
To crush me?
By changing the signals.
Oh, the wreck. You're not getting so you can't trust anybody?
I know. I told him I'd go through with it so I could stall for time. He said he'd protect me if it didn't work by putting a bullet in your head.
Yeah?
Oh, I'm scared, Charlie. He'll kill us both if you start winning.
Nobody's going to start winning, honey, because there isn't going to be any game.
Oh, well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to finish him off before he gets me. You're okay, baby. You won't be sorry you stuck.
Do you think you have his money with him?
Sure, I got mine. That'll get his, too. The easy way. I'm not here, see? Make him talk and show his dough and get out of the way. I'll part him from the bedroom. Now, you be careful, honey, and get out of the way.
Hello, Nicky.
How goes it, sweetheart?
Oh, Charlie isn't here.
No? Where'd he go?
to get some cards. He wanted clean decks.
Well, the good they're going to do it. You look even better tonight than you did before.
Like my dress?
I like it fine.
Did you bring your money?
I always bring my money.
Charlie's got his.
Not yet, he ain't. He's getting his tonight.
I mean, he's got his money on him. $250,000 in $1,000 bills.
What's the matter, baby?
Oh, no, nothing.
You look nervous.
Why? I'm taking a big chance tonight.
Forget it. In 3 hours, we'll be out of here, loaded with your boyfriend's dough.
In 3 hours, you'll be out of here all right, Nicky boy. Loaded in a hearse.
What is this?
Oh, this is the payoff, Nicky boy.
What's the idea of the gun?
It keeps my hands busy.
You crossed me, you little chap.
That's no way to talk to a lady, Nicky boy.
I should have known. I should have had more sense.
That's right. You should have figured that a guy with a face like yours wouldn't stand a chance with a dame like Consuelo. And what's more, Nicky boy, she's too expensive for you.
I can match you nickel for nickel, Buster.
Not after tonight, you can't. Shell out, Nicky.
Holding me up, big shot?
Take the dough out of his overcoat pocket, baby. He keeps it on the inside.
Sure, take it. And when the boys hear about this, you won't be able to step into the street in the daylight from here to China.
Oh, but nobody's going to hear about it, Nicky boy. Do you want to know why?
No. Charlie, no.
That's why, Nicky boy.
Dead, Charlie.
Give me the dough.
You killed him.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Oh,
What's the matter with you?
me, Charlie. I think I'm gonna...
Consuelo.
I grabbed his arms while he was still holding the gun, and I caught the hand that held it between us. As he tried to lift me up, I slid my arm between his body and mine, and before he knew what I was doing, I twisted the gun around until it pointed at his jaw and pressed his fingers. I have to admit it was clever. Nicky was on the floor with a bullet in his head, and Charlie was lying right next to him holding the gun. It was a clear case of murder and suicide, with yours truly getting the cash. And they thought I was dumb. Isn't that a laugh? I'm too glad they caught up with me, though. I'll never get a chance to spend all that lovely money here in jail. When they came to my apartment, they found me with what they called direct and damaging evidence. You see, before I left, I just couldn't help stealing Charlie's gun.
If you were a journalist by profession right now, you'd be sitting in the death house with your colleagues, watching a beautiful young woman named Consuelo being strapped into the electric chair to pay for her crime against the state. You'd see the switch being pulled and catch a glimpse of death in its most sordid phase. And if you were a sharp-eyed reporter, you might be puzzled by the expression of the guard who set Consuelo's head and wrist electrodes.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler? I'm the Whistler.
Here's the sanitarium, Harvey.
Is he still unconscious?
Yes. Oh, here comes the attendant.
Yeah, we're all ready for him, Mrs. Jackson. Take his feet, Harold. Oh, you had the time, huh?
Yes, I had to give him a good one on the chin.
You'll have to watch him. He may try to get away when he comes to.
Don't you worry. We've got a lot of tough cases here.
Don't let him know who brought him here. And don't let him know I had anything to do with it.
Leave everything to us.
It's a 2-hour drive back to the city, Donna.
Yes. Well, I'll phone you tomorrow.
Good. If anything happens, we'll call you.
Thank you. Good night.
Saturday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who step into the shadows. And so I tell you again tonight, one of the favorite tales of Death Has a Thirst. The long black car with the handsome man at the wheel and the woman beside him returns to the highway and speeds on through the night. The man and the woman sit staring ahead, lost in thought. The man is Harvey Davis, and the woman is Mrs. Victor Jackson, wife of the unconscious man recently deposited at the sanitarium.
I'm sorry I dragged you into this, Harvey. But I had to have some help, and I knew I could depend on you.
It's all right, Donna. I only hope it'll do some good. Victor never drank a drop while we were in school.
He didn't drink when we were first married. After his father died and Victor took over the business, he started.
Well, it's a huge concern, and I guess he just couldn't take it. He always had an inferiority complex.
But the thing that hurts me most is that the drinking has completely changed him. He's suspicious of every move I make. He accuses me of the most disgraceful things. Accuses me of lying to him about everything, of being in love with other men. Oh, countless things.
Other men? What men?
Any man I speak to. Even you, Harvey.
Me? Well, after all, if he's going to be suspicious of any man, it would logically be me.
Why?
You've brought most of your troubles to me. He knows that. I'm as good a victim as anybody. And he knows I'm terribly fond of you.
Are you, Harvey?
From the first day I met you, I said, here's a woman. A strong woman. Maybe she'll develop some backbone in my willy-nilly friend, Victor.
It's very nicely put, Harvey.
Well, let's hope the sanitarium does him some good.
Oh, if it doesn't, I don't know what I'll do.
Don't worry, Donna. Just remember, I'll do anything for you.
Thank you, Harvey.
Toward midnight, the black sedan arrives at the Jackson mansion. The butler greets Harvey and Donna at the door.
Evening, Mrs. Jackson. Evening, Mr. Davis. Dr. Saunders is in the library, ma'am. He's waiting for you.
Dr. Saunders? At this hour? What on earth does he want?
You'd better see him, Donna. Maybe he knows.
How could he? Come with me, Harvey.
Of course.
Oh, good evening, Dr. Saunders.
Evening, Donna. Evening, Harvey.
Hello, Doctor.
This is quite a surprise.
Yes, I can imagine.
Harvey and I, we've just been for a little drive. I felt I needed some air.
That's so?
Did you come to see Victor?
Victor isn't here.
Really?
But I know where he is.
You do?
He's in a cheap dive, a rooming house downtown.
What?
But that isn't possible.
It's where he always goes.
Well, you're wrong this time, Doctor. I took him by force to a sanitarium tonight. Harvey helped me. Maybe they can do something for him.
You told the sanitarium I was his physician, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Well, they called me an hour ago. He's escaped.
What?
They said he came to and broke away from them. I know where he usually goes, and I can find him. That is, if you want me to find him.
What are you inferring, Doctor?
Well, Donna, I know what you've been through with Victor. I know what a trial it's been. I've tried, you've tried, we've all tried everything we could to make him stop. Not many women would have gone through what you have. Well, we've dragged him through before. We'd probably do it again. I just thought perhaps you had enough, that's all.
And you know where he is?
Yes, I'm pretty sure I know.
Well, then find him. I'm determined to cure him if I have to take him to a desert island.
It's an idea. A long ocean trip might be the answer. You'd have to hog time.
I could do that, too.
Very well, I'll have a talk with him and phone you in the morning. Good night.
Good night, Doctor. Oh,
No. You've done your best, Donna.
Oh, but I feel so hopeless. I don't know what to do next.
Well, try the desert island.
Why not? It might work, mightn't it? Harvey, you can help. Your yacht. Dr. Saunders may be right. At least it's worth a try.
I wonder.
Oh, please, Harvey, it may be the answer.
I can't get away just now, but if you're determined, you're welcome to the yacht.
Please. I'd feel better if you came along.
All right, Donna, I'll go. I'll arrange it. But Victor won't want to come.
We'll take him aboard by force.
Shanghai him? Well, all right. Just let me know when you find him, and I'll arrange everything.
When he checked in, he was as drunk as a lord. Well, I'll leave you alone with him, Doc.
Thanks. That hypo will bring him out of this. Thanks a lot. Victor. Victor.
What? What's going on here? Who are you? Get away.
Quiet now. Take it easy, Victor.
Huh? Who are you?
Doc Saunders.
Doc?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what do you want?
I'll talk to you, Victor. It's very important.
Important? Huh?
Come on, Victor. Snap out of it.
Oh. Hey, what's the idea? What you slept me for?
Wake you up. I've got to talk to you.
Oh, hello, Doc. What are you after?
Is your head clear?
I guess so.
All right, then listen to me. You know where you are?
Yeah, my old haunt.
You know how you got here?
Well, let me see. No, I can't remember.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll tell you where you're going if you don't pull yourself together.
Where?
To the insane asylum.
Did you say asylum?
I did. There's nothing that hastens final mental breakdown, insanity, more than alcohol.
Insanity? Are you just telling me that?
No, I can prove it.
Good Lord.
Want that to happen to you?
Oh, no, but I just can't seem to quit.
You're going away, Vic.
Away? Where?
Sending you on a long voyage with no liquor.
Oh, no. No, you're not.
All right.
I'll get hold of myself.
Yes, you said that before.
Oh, I can take it and leave it alone if I want to.
But you haven't so far. You've gone from bad to worse. Now you're going where you can't get it.
But, Doc, I can't. I'd die. I couldn't stand it.
You'll stand it and like it if I have to.
No. I won't be pushed around by anyone. I know who's back of this, Donna. She wants to get rid of me. Asylum. That'd suit her fine. She'd like that. So she can cavort around with Harvey and all the others.
Oh, shut up, Vic.
You're all planning to get rid of me. You don't like me.
You're taking a trip.
Get rid of me, you can all share in the estate. Well, you just see how much good it'll do.
Sorry.
Oh.
But you're taking a trip, Victor.
Well, here you are, Victor. Several hundred miles at sea. And worried, too, aren't you, Victor? That talk about insanity really upset you. You believe it, too, don't you?
Victor.
What's this? Where am I? Donna.
Do you feel better, Victor?
Oh, what is this? It's moving. I feel dizzy.
I don't think you're dizzy. We're on a boat, darling.
What boat?
We're on a boat in the middle of the ocean.
A boat? Oh. Doc Saunders. That's what he said. A voyage. It's his idea.
Now, Victor, everything's going to be all right.
I know what you're planning to do. You're planning to kill me. You want to get rid of me. Want me to die.
You won't die.
Whose boat is this?
Harvey's yacht.
Harvey. Now I know it's a plot. Now I know what it's all about. You and Harvey, that's it.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Victor. Harvey consented to let me have the yacht.
Is he on board?
Yes.
Of course. You and Harvey. And be a prisoner. What a perfect setup.
You don't mean that, Victor.
I've been suspicious of you two all alone. Who else is on board?
Nobody but the captain and the crew of 4. And Harvey and the doctor.
Where are you taking me?
We're just cruising.
Just cruising. Till you find the right spot.
Right spot for what?
To dump me overboard. No one will ever know, will they? And you'll see I jumped over. It was washed over the side.
Oh, Victor, what has happened to you? You're like a stranger to me. I just don't know you. It doesn't seem possible that you're the man I married. What's happened to you?
Don't you know?
If I only did.
Why, I'll tell you what's the matter. I'm crazy. I'm insane. My grandfather was insane. And undoubtedly my father, and so why not me?
You're talking nonsense.
Oh, no. Hasn't Doc Saunders told you what he knows?
No.
Oh, come now. You three are closer than that.
Stop talking such nonsense. I won't listen.
Well, I'm getting out of this cabin. I can't stand to be cooped up like this.
Please stay for a while, Victor. Please. Here, I brought you some milk. Please drink it.
Oh, milk, huh? It's got a funny color to it. It smells strange. What's in it? Arsenic?
It's just plain milk, Victor. Drink it.
Do you like milk, Donna?
Yes, I love milk.
And drink it yourself.
Victor! Oh, all over my dress.
You're trying to poison me, that's it. Now get out of here. Get out.
Victor, please, darling.
Get out. What do you want, Doc?
How do you feel, Victor?
They're trying to kill me. They plan to kill me.
Who?
Donna and Harvey. She just brought me some milk and it had poison in it. I can tell by the color.
Oh, I think you're imagining things, Victor.
Oh, no, I'm not. They want me out of the way. I can tell.
What made you think the milk was poison?
It was a purplish color. Here's the glass. Smell it. Maybe I'm not so crazy after all.
I didn't say you were crazy. I only want you to stop your drinking. Drink me. Bring it on.
Where did they get the poison?
Oh, come, forget it.
Do you know where they get the poison, Doctor?
See you later, Victor.
Maybe.
Did you send for me, Doctor?
Yes, Donna. Did you take some milk to Victor?
Yes, I did.
What did you put in it?
Why should I put anything in it?
Victor thinks you did.
Why, you should know me better than that, Doctor.
You did put something in it.
Well, yes, I did. Some of that red liquid to make him quiet.
Oh, yes, of course. That's what it was.
He threw it all over me. Oh, I'm thoroughly disgusted, Doctor. I can't go on with him this way. He isn't drinking, but there's something wrong. I decided to give it up as a bad job. I'm going to get a divorce.
Divorce? I'm afraid it's too late for that, Donna.
Too late? Well, what do you mean?
It's something I haven't told you. I've been hoping it wouldn't be necessary, but after the day, I've given up all hope.
Why can't I get a divorce?
You cannot divorce an insane person.
Insane?
Yes, Victor has all the symptoms. And it's liquor that's hastened the crack up. I couldn't be certain as long as he was drinking, but today I realized the truth.
Oh, I'm bewildered. I've never been so shocked in my life. I wish you hadn't told me.
I'm sorry, Donna. I wanted you to be on your guard. You see, he has some strange hallucination about you and Harvey. He thinks you're planning to do away with him.
Do away with him?
Yes.
Oh, but that's ridiculous. I've never had such a thought. Never. But now I'm frightened. Doctor, what about Alice?
Your daughter? Oh, she's all right. I wouldn't worry about her.
But think what this will mean if this gets out about Victor. It may ruin her whole life.
I can understand that.
Oh, this must never happen. It must remain a secret.
That'll be difficult. It's going to be hard to handle when that craving returns.
I'll think of something. I'll find a way.
Doctor, come quickly. It's Harvey Davis. What's wrong, Captain? Found him in his bunk with a cord around his neck. Good heavens.
He was just...
Quiet, Donna. Come along.
Is he dead?
No, he's breathing. We found him just in time. Be all right in a few minutes.
Oh, thank heaven.
Harvey, old man.
Harvey.
Donna, what's wrong? What's happened?
Nothing much, Harvey. Just a little accident. You'll be all right.
Oh, my throat. What's going on?
You don't remember?
No, I was just taking a little nap. I feel like I've been choked.
You better tell him, Donna. Come along, Captain. Captain, have you any liquor aboard?
Yes, Doctor. Several bottles in the locker in my cabin. Let's have a look. I gave it locked because, hey, it's been jimmied. Well, what do you know? It's all gone.
I expected that.
I'll skin those men alive.
Don't blame the men, Captain.
What do you mean? What the devil is that? We did something. Come on. Captain! What is it, man? What's wrong with you?
The boilers blew up. We must have hit a reef. All three of the men of the crew were down there. We've got to abandon. I'm hurt bad, Captain.
He's dead.
See to the lifeboat. Round up the others. I'll go below.
Yes, Captain.
Murphy, Charles, Murphy, are you there? Good Lord, what a mess.
I can't imagine.
Two days passed, and the sun beats down relentlessly on the 5 survivors in the open boat. The doctor watches anxiously over the still unconscious captain, and Donna and Harvey keep a constant eye on Victor, who sits alone in the end of the boat, staring at the horizon.
How's the captain, Doctor? Still holding his own. He must have had a bad fall down that companionway. I don't think he fell. Huh? It's a good thing you went down after him. Now, we're running low on water. If we sight some land today. How much water have you in your canteen, Donna?
Half full.
I say. Look. Look over there. What's that?
A ship.
Oh, it's land. An island. Grab an oar, Victor. Come on, Doc. Well, I've looked all around. This place is as barren of food or water as the Sahara Desert. I'm afraid if we do locate any water, it won't be fit to drink.
Well, there must be water.
What do you care about water? You've got a canteen full of whiskey.
How much water is left?
I have some, and Dr. Saunders has some.
So I'd better get busy. Although my experiences on other items like this haven't been so good.
Well, here's a chance to put your chemistry to use, Harvey. You know the test for lead and zinc.
Yes.
Look, I'll give you 2 vials and some sodium sulfide tablets and potassium chromate. You know the test. When you come to some water, 1 tablet and 10 cc's of the liquid. Dark precipitate means poison.
Yes, I know. Thanks, Doctor. Well, I'll start off and keep a direct line to the other side, wherever that is.
Wait a minute, Harvey. I think I'll go with you.
Why?
Oh, maybe I can help.
I'd go with you, Harvey, but I better keep an eye on the captain. He's the only one who knows where we are. I've got to pull him through.
It's all right, Doc. I don't need any.
I think I'll go anyway.
All right, if you insist. Come on.
Harvey, wait. I'm going to.
Why?
Because I want to.
We don't need you.
I'm coming, just the same. Please, Harvey, I'd like to come.
All right, let's go. It's certainly hot. How do you feel, Donna?
All right. How far have we come?
Oh, 10 miles, I should say. It's a pretty big island at that. Nothing but desert.
Yeah, you sure those last 2 water holes were poisoned?
Certainly.
They look good to me. I'm getting mighty thirsty.
Better quit drinking that whiskey. It'll only make you thirstier.
Harvey, can I have a little water?
I'm sorry, Donna, but you'll have to suffer it as long as you can. Please wait.
You suppose we'll ever get out of here?
I don't know.
Oh, it's all my fault. What a shame to get you into such a mess. Please forgive me, Harvey.
There's nothing to forgive, Donna. I'd do it again 100 times over. For you.
Would you, Harvey?
Yes. Poor Victor. What a sad thing.
No one must ever know, Harvey. Promise me if we ever get out of this. Promise me you'll never let anyone know.
No one will ever learn from me.
I got him.
What on earth?
Harvey, he's got a gun.
Where did he get it? Come on.
I got him, look. A lizard. A big one. I knew we'd find something.
Put that down. You can't eat that.
There must be water around here. There must be.
Where'd you get that gun?
Out of the captain's locker.
Better take it easy with those shells. We may need them.
Yeah. Maybe I will. Have a drink?
No.
All right. I'd sure like some water. How about it?
There's just enough for one of us to get back.
Yeah.
And if only one goes back, it'll be Donna.
Donna. How chivalrous. Who's got the water?
I have.
Come on. Let's keep moving.
Well, there's water around here. There must be. And I'm going to find it.
Donna, if we don't find water, he's going to start pleading for what you have. No matter how much you raise or please, don't give in. Even if he threatens us with that gun, tell him you drank it all. I want you to have the best break out of this.
Thanks, Harvey. I appreciate that.
I found it. Water. I found water.
Hurry, Donna. Hurry.
Well, what about it? What's the test show?
Just like all the rest. It's full of lead and zinc and heaven knows what else.
Poison, huh?
Worse yet.
How about some of that water?
What water?
In Donna's canteen.
There isn't any more.
Who drank it?
I did.
You both did, and you left none for me.
You've got your whiskey.
I can't drink whiskey all the time.
You've done pretty well on it for several years.
I've got to have some water.
Harvey warned you.
Harvey. Is that all you think about, Harvey? You should have married Harvey.
Perhaps you're right about that.
Are you sure that water is poison?
I'm not drinking it, and I'm thirsty, too.
Maybe you're just waiting.
For what?
I don't know. But I can imagine a few things.
We'd better stop here for the night. Are you very tired, Donna?
Awfully.
Better try to get some sleep. Where are you going, Victor?
I'm just going to look around. I may find something. I'm hungry.
I'm going to build a fire with this brush. Don't get too far away.
I'll be around. Don't worry.
Keep a close watch on your canteen, Donna. I have an idea of what he's up to. I'll try not to sleep, but I'm dead tired.
I'll do my best, Harvey.
If he goes to sleep, I'll try to get that gun away from him. Good night, Donna.
Good night, Harvey.
Night comes on. The fire burns low, and only a red glow remains. Donna, in spite of herself, drops off into a sound sleep. Victor stirs from his place 20 feet away, looks about him, and crawls silently toward the sleeping Donna. Puts out his hand and...
Put it down, Victor. I want some water. There isn't any water.
I think there is.
You heard what I said.
You're lying. You have got some.
Victor, what is it?
You've got some water and you won't give me any.
Harvey.
I'm wise to you. You don't want me to have any. You want me to die. You're in love with each other.
You're drunk.
What if I am in love with Harvey? What of it?
Donna.
You want me out of the way. Neither one of you is very thirsty. No, because you had some water. And you got it out of that pool. You're lying to me. It's good water.
You're crazy.
You sneaked it out while I was asleep. Tried to make me think it was a poison. I ought to shoot you.
All right, Victor. If you're so positive, go on down and drink out of the pool.
That gives me an idea. I'll just find out if that water's poison. Go drink some of it, Harvey.
Certainly not.
I'll give you 30 seconds.
It's poison, Victor.
Go ahead, drink, or I'll shoot.
No, don't do it, Harvey. No.
Then supposing you drink out of it, Donna.
Very well, I will.
No, Victor, it'll kill her. Wait, Donna. I'll drink it. You're a fool, Victor. Come along.
This is going to be interesting.
Not as much as you think.
Get off of me, I'll shoot you. Maybe that'll hold you, Harvey.
It's all right, Donna. Just hit my shoulder. Well, I hope you're satisfied now that it is poison, Victor.
Maybe. But you two are getting water someplace.
Please. Please, don't take that canteen, Victor. It's for Donna.
All right. You two are getting this water from someplace. Hand over that canteen, Donna.
No, I said that's for Donna.
I'll take care of it. For all of us. And if either of you make a move toward me, I'll shoot you both. Good night. And sleep tight. Both of you.
The night slowly fades and the chill of dawn creeps in. Then, as the sun comes over the horizon, Harvey stirs fretfully, opens his eyes and looks for Donna. She sits beyond the dead embers of the campfire, her hands folded before her, staring blankly into space. Harvey raises up with a start and moves quickly to her side. Victor is sprawled on his back, the hilt of a hunting knife protruding from his chest.
Donna. Good Lord, what's happened to Victor?
He's dead.
Dead? That knife. That's yours, Donna.
Yes, mine. Now no one will ever know.
No.
I had to.
Dr. Saunders. Here we are.
Thank heaven we found you. We sighted your ship and built a signal fire. They're waiting for... What's this?
Oh, Victor must have gone crazy in the night and stabbed himself.
I see. Right. He's dead, Harvey. How'd this happen?
I told you. He must have
stabbed himself.
No, he didn't. No, I stabbed him.
What?
It's my knife. I got to take it. I can't. I crept over and stabbed him.
I see. When did you do this, Donna?
It was not more than an hour ago. I couldn't help but, Doctor. I couldn't help
Please,
it.
Donna, please. You've nothing to fear.
I didn't want anybody to know. Because of Alice. My daughter.
They won't know, Donna. You didn't kill him. What? He's been dead for at least 3 hours.
What do you mean?
Look at his eyes. Look at his lips and his tongue and the swelling of his stomach. You test this pool, Harvey.
Yes. Every pool we've come to has been heavy in mineral content. I warned him, but he thought we were lying to him. Last night he pulled a gun and took down his canteen. There wasn't very much in it, but it was all we had.
He's been drinking whiskey. Naturally, just a little water wouldn't satisfy him. So he drank from the pool. Yeah, poor Victor. I guess it's just as well.
Don't worry, Donna. No one will ever know. Will they, Doctor?
There's nothing to tell. Except Victor Jackson poisoned himself in a fit of extreme thirst.
No, Donna. No one will ever know. You did your best. You tried hard to make things work out. But somehow fate seemed to take things right out of your hands. But you know better, don't you, Harvey? You know what happened. Tell us. Tell us, Harvey.
After Victor took the canteen from Donna and drank the few swallows in it, he fell off to sleep. Then I took the canteen and filled it from the poisoned pool. I knew he'd wake up with a greater thirst. And he did. But I'm not sorry. He's better off. And I found I do love Donna. And I'll take care of her for the rest of our days.
There you are. From drama to tragedy, and from tragedy to a beautiful love story wherein they live happily ever after. I know.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I didn't ask you to marry me. You asked me. And you said you were going to get a job so you wouldn't be dependent on your mother. I was happy then, Barry. And proud of you.
Another Saturday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the weird story of the man who waited. A huge estate spreads out before you, the ancestral home of the Bartletts, set amid the peaceful New England countryside. The war has not yet come. It is 1937. The estate is ruled by Lydia Bartlett, a cold, cantankerous woman ill with heart trouble. Into this unhappy setting has come young Genevieve Garrison to to act as secretary companion to bedridden old Lydia Bartlett. Lydia has but one child, a son, Barry, recently returned from a tour of Europe. The handsome young Barry is immediately attracted to lovely Genevieve, and after a month has passed...
Genevieve, where are you?
I'm up here, Barry.
Oh, I've been looking all over for you. So this is your hiding place.
No one ever comes up here, except the birds.
It's mighty windy up here in the tower.
I love it. It sings to me.
Yeah? You're a strange girl. You know, I think you're part of this wilderness. Some wild thing that shows itself for an instant and then disappears. That's your charm for me, Genevieve. That unattainable wildness that lures me.
Please, Barry.
Oh, I know Mother'd have a fit if she knew I were in love with you.
Then you must be sensible, Barry. After all, she controls the estate. And you'd have nothing if you were to make her angry.
Your eyes are almost black when I see them so close. Are you frightened, Genevieve?
No. That is...
Your heart's beating so fast.
I know. Let me go, Barry.
Are you frightened? Or is it...
Yes. I am frightened.
Will you marry me, darling?
Barry.
I mean, would you marry me if I were able?
Yes, Barry, yes. You know that.
I'll have to find some sort of a job if we marry. Mother would cut me off in a minute. You know how she feels about marriage.
Yes. We'd best forget about it, Barry. I wouldn't want to cause any trouble between you and your mother. You better go now.
Oh, you're too lovely for words, Genevieve.
Barry.
I love you, darling.
And so 3 months passed by. Then one day, Genevieve steps into Lydia Bartlett's bedroom.
Did you call me, Mrs. Bartlett?
I certainly did. Where have you been? Put the pillow behind my back and lift my head a little more.
There. Is that better now?
Yes, it'll do. I want to talk to you.
What about?
About Annie, the maid.
Oh.
Has that young stable boy been visiting Annie again?
Well, I think she sees him on her days off.
Well, I want it understood once and for all that I'll not tolerate any such nonsense under my roof. It must stop.
But I think Annie would leave if you forbid her to see the boy. She's really very much in love with him.
Love, bosh. Silly nonsense.
Mrs. Bartlett, you loved your husband, didn't you?
My marriage was arranged by my parents. It only lasted a short while because he died. But it was a nightmare while it did last. Love, there's no such thing.
I'm sorry I mentioned it.
And there's something else I want to talk to you about.
Yes? What is it?
What's wrong with you lately? You don't look well. You better see Dr. Ansted.
I have seen him.
And what did he say?
Nothing serious. It's, well, a slight heart murmur. He gave me some medicine. I'll be all right.
Better take care of yourself.
I will.
Where's the newspaper?
Here.
Anything in it? Read it to me.
Well, there's a tea, a charity affair with the proceeds going to the baby shelter.
Baby shelter. Women are fools. Well, go on. What else?
Oh, a number of engagements and several wedding announcements. And... Oh.
What's the matter?
Well...
What is it?
Well, it's something about your son.
Barry? What do you mean? Read it.
Being frequently together are Miss Joan Marvell and Mr. Barry Bartlett, son of Lydia Bartlett. An early announcement is anticipated.
Oh, fool! He's out of his mind. How dare he do such a thing? I won't have it. I won't.
Mrs. Bartlett, I just... Oh.
Annie, come here at once. Miss Garrison is fainting.
How are you feeling, Genevieve? Mother said you'd been ill, that you had some sort of an attack.
Well, it wasn't anything. I had rather a shock. My heart isn't too good. I was reading the paper to your mother, and I noticed your name coupled with that of a Miss Marvell.
Oh.
It was silly of me to give way because I know it can't mean anything now.
Genevieve, I think I'd better come right out with it.
You mean it's true? Oh, Barry, how could you?
I've been trying to get up here to discuss it with you. You know that such an arrangement as ours is no good. Why, if Mother ever found out we were married, we'd be sunk. It's very unfair.
Just as unfair to me. I didn't ask you to marry me. I was content the way things were. But when you asked me to be your wife, you said you were going to get a job so you wouldn't be dependent on your mother. I was so happy and so proud of you.
Well, I tried to get a job. But it's terribly awkward trying to find something to do when you're not accustomed to it. And you can't ask a man of my position to go out and become a garage mechanic or something like that.
There's nothing dishonorable in becoming a garage mechanic.
Oh, don't talk nonsense. Naturally, I can't tell my friends my reason that I'm married.
Naturally.
I met Joan some time ago. I was up at King's College with her brother Ned. She's grown up to be most attractive.
More attractive than I am, of course.
I didn't say that. It would be a very suitable marriage. The Marbells have pots of money, and the old man would give me a place in his business. Oh, naturally, I plan to take care of you, make you a suitable allowance, and that sort of thing, if you'll divorce me. As a matter of fact, Joan knows all about you and has consented to marry me if I can get a divorce.
She knows about your being married to me. But there's something else she can't know, Barry.
Well, what are you talking about?
I'm going to have a child. Your child.
A child? Who knows about it?
Dr. Anstice. I went to see him and he told me what was wrong with me.
Well, Anstice's a good sport. Won't talk. Anybody else?
I've told no one else. But I think Annie suspects.
Oh, I hope it doesn't get to Mother.
But you can understand now why I can't divorce you.
I can understand why you think so, but I still think it's a shame. And why do these things have to happen to me?
Why do these things have to happen to you, Barry? But yours is no great tragedy, though you think yourself so ill-used. The harm that is done is not to yourself, but to the woman who loves you so dearly. And can you be sure she won't tell your mother?
Is there anything else you want, Mrs. Bartlett?
Yes, Annie. You're not to let that Joe Moberly into the kitchen. Is that clear? I'll not have that sort of thing going on in my house.
I'm not seeing Joe in the house. And when I see him open and honest, like respectable people. I'm not the only person in this house that is a gentleman's friend either.
Well, I'd like to know who that person is.
I'm not saying anything against anybody. Only, if I can't see my Joe that keeps his distance and knows his place, why should anybody else be allowed to have a man in this house?
Ask Miss Garrison to come up here at once.
Annie said you wish to speak to me, Mrs. Bartlett?
And so I do. So I'll come right to the point. What's going on behind my back?
Behind your back? I don't know what you mean.
Oh, yes, you do. You lie very badly. Out with it.
I don't understand. Did Annie say anything about me?
I was berating Annie for seeing that Joe, and she tossed her head and said she wasn't the only person hereabouts who had a gentleman friend. Only her gentleman friend called on her open and honest. Well, is there anything to what she says?
Yes. I have a gentleman friend, as Annie puts it so elegantly. I have more than that. I have a husband.
A husband?
Your son, Barry.
Barry? Barry? You're lying. You're lying. He wouldn't dare. He knows what he means to me. He couldn't do this to me.
The things he did, Mrs. Bartlett.
Then you tricked him into it.
Of course you would say that. But I did nothing of the sort. I loved him. He asked me to marry him so he might free himself of your hold on him.
Barry did that? I'll not believe it.
Of course you won't believe it. You don't know the meaning of love.
What a way to talk to me. I'll not tolerate it another moment.
You'll have to tolerate it. Because there's no way of your stopping me. I learned something else from Barry. He has one side to his nature which he takes from you.
What do you mean?
I married him because he wished it. He was going to find a way that we might live together openly. But Barry found he couldn't do what he said he would do. He found an easier way to live. Through another woman who could keep him in the style to which you had accustomed him. So he told me this, expecting I would forego my claim to him.
Divorce him?
I would have released him. But there was another whose claim was greater than mine. His child.
Oh, disgraceful. Under my very roof. I can't endure any more of this. I'll call my lawyers. I'll cut him off without a cent. My medicine. Medicine. Oh.
What's happened, Miss Garrison?
Come in, Annie.
Oh, it's the missus. It's an
never had talk. I'll call Dr. Armstead.
You can call him, Annie. But Mrs. Bartlett is dead.
And now Barry will be free from his mother's apron strings, free from financial worry. He will inherit the estate to do with as he pleases. But still, he hasn't everything. Joan is forever on his mind.
I had to talk with you, Joan. It's been ages since I've had a moment alone with you.
I'm sorry, Barry, but I didn't think it best.
Oh, I've got to talk things over with you.
When we planned to marry before, and you told me how you'd been tricked into marriage by that woman, I was willing to overlook it if you could get a divorce from her.
Oh, that's the devil of it. She won't divorce me now. There's going to be a child.
Oh. Where is she?
In a nursing home. She's been ill ever since Mother died. For a while, they thought she might die, too, but she pulled out of it.
Oh, I know. She must have, led you on, but you're so attractive, and she must have been really fond of you.
But I don't love her, dear. I love you. Can't you understand it? I can't give you up. I won't.
Barry, darling, I love you, too, but this isn't a thing you can decide in a moment. You must be patient.
Patient. You sit there close to me and you ask me to be patient. I will for a while. But only for a while.
Genevieve, lying in her narrow bed in the nursing home, is trying to be patient, too. Trying to forget the pain which racks her to the core. Trying to keep from calling for the husband who isn't there. She had hoped that the birth of their son would bring him back to her. Then, one evening, the door opened.
Is that you, nurse?
No. Barry. They said I might see you now.
Barry. Oh, why haven't you come before? I've wanted you so.
There, now. Don't go on like that. I've had quite a lot of business connected with the estate, which took me away for a bit. They sent me a wire about the baby, and I came as quickly as I could.
Have you seen him?
Yeah, some little Dickens. Babies all look alike. Well, you'll be as fit as a fiddle before long, and after you get out of here, there's some things that must be straightened out.
What things straightened out? I don't understand.
Oh, things. I'll see about a house for you and the baby, and...
For me and the baby? What about you? Aren't you going to live with us, Barry?
No, you see, I...
Barry, that girl. Are you still in love with her?
Well, yes, I am.
I thought when the baby came it would be different. It's not.
Well, it's...
Let me tell you something. Sit down. You'll have to keep her waiting a while longer. They thought I didn't hear them because I was being put under the anesthetic. But I wasn't quite out. The doctor said she may last for years. But I lay you 10-1, she's dead in 3 months.
Oh, come now. You may have imagined it.
I didn't imagine it. You know what that means to me. 3 months to live. You can see how important it is that those 3 months should be spent with you.
The doctor didn't say a word to me about you being in such a serious condition.
I heard him.
I see. And you don't want to give me a divorce. You want me to wait, is that it?
Yes, sir. Please.
First it was my mother, and now you.
Barry, there's something I feel I must tell you. Something about your mother you don't know.
Oh, what do you mean?
The doctor said she died of a heart attack, and she did. But she wouldn't have died if I'd given her the medicine for it. She'd found out from Annie that I'd been seeing some man. And when she asked me who it was, I told her everything.
You did?
She went into a tantrum and stormed at me. She had an attack. And I stood by and watched her gasp for breath and call for help that never came. I did that for you. For you, Barry.
You expect me to go on with you?
I'd expect you to stay with me and our son during the last remaining months of my life. And if you try to leave me or seek to have me put away because of what I've done, I'll bring you into it. I'll swear it was your idea. That you're an accessory.
The months go by. 1, 2, 3. And Genevieve, remembering the conversation which she had overheard between the doctor and the nurse, cannot believe it when she finds herself unmistakably improving in health.
Well, Genevieve, you'd had a rather severe time of it before the baby came, and you were quite run down. But you've done very well. You must watch your heart, though. Avoid any strenuous activity and keep as calm as possible.
Barry has sullenly accepted the conditions which have been forced on him, but the knowledge that Genevieve was responsible for his mother's death, as well as for his enforced separation from the girl he loves, makes him sullen and bitter. There's no happiness for either of them in this unnatural arrangement, but Genevieve holds him with her constant threat.
Did you ring for me, Mrs. Bartlett?
Will you ask Cook to make me a fresh pot of coffee, Annie? This tastes very bitter.
Yes'm. But Cook won't like it.
Well, I can't drink this. It tastes as bitter as Never mind. Don't take it back. Leave it.
Yes'm.
Odd. I could have sworn it tasted bitter. I couldn't. Oh, good morning, Barry.
Good morning.
I'd offer you some coffee, but it's not so very good.
No, thanks. I'll just have a look at the paper. I had coffee in my room.
Oh? Since when do you do that?
What? Since when do I do what?
Have coffee in your room?
I did this morning.
Was it this same pot?
Well, it might have been. I don't know. I never noticed. Why?
Did you notice it was quite bitter?
I can't say that I did. Might have been standing too long. The cook should have sent you some fresh coffee. Get after her about it.
Yes. It might have been standing too long.
It might have been standing too long, but you don't think so, do you, Genevieve? Not when you know how your husband bitterly resents his enforced stay at your side, how he wishes the doctor's prognosis of your case had been fulfilled. If only there was some way to break up this infatuation with Joan before it's too late. Why not call Joan? Talk to her yourself.
Miss Joan Marvell, ma'am.
How do you do, Miss Marvell? Come in, please.
Thank you.
That will be all, Annie. I suppose you're wondering why I sent for you.
Yes, I was a bit surprised, to say the least.
I want to talk to you about Barry. Barry's my husband. We have a child, as you know. This is his home, and I've done everything possible to keep him here where he belongs. But so long as you continue to see him, it will be more difficult for him to make a decision.
What makes you think I've been seeing him?
I can tell by the way he acts. He thinks he's in love with you. And he will continue to think so until you make a definite break.
Well, Mrs. Bartlett, I've not been seeing Barry. He's tried to reach me many times, but I've purposely avoided him.
Are you sure?
Yes. Because I'm going to be married to someone else. So you have nothing further to worry about.
Does Barry know this?
No.
Then why haven't you told him?
I intend to tell him today.
I wish you would. He's been acting strangely of late, and I'd feel ever so much easier about things if you let him know the truth.
I understand, Mrs. Bartlett.
I hope you'll be very happy, Miss Marvell. And I do thank you for coming.
It's all for the best, Barry.
You don't mean that, Joan.
Until I talked to her, I was really undecided about marrying Roger Hedden. But now I know what to do. She's a lovely woman, Barry. The most tragic eyes I've ever seen in my life. You must go back to her. She wants you, needs you. You must forget about me.
So she sent for you, did she?
Yes.
She thought she was being clever. Oh, why doesn't she give up? She knows how I feel. I do wish you hadn't gone to her.
I'm glad I did. I know now what to do. And having seen her, talked to her, I understand you so much better.
Understand me?
Yes. I think you know what I mean. Goodbye, Barry.
No, please. Joan, please, wait a minute. You don't really love this, Roger. You're doing this just because of Genevieve. You must think of yourself. Think of me. Hold your decision for a few weeks.
Why?
Well, something may happen. I mean, if you'll just wait a bit, the picture may change for us.
How do you mean? How could that be possible now?
Promise me that you'll wait.
What are you thinking, Barry?
Why, nothing. I just want you to wait.
She said you'd been acting odd.
She's imagining things.
I'll have to hurry now or I'll miss my appointment. Goodbye. I said goodbye, Barry.
Oh, yes. Goodbye, John.
Now it is late the same night. Genevieve lies wakefully in her bed. A car draws up outside. The front door opens and closes. Genevieve sits up. Someone is coming up the stairs. They pause before the door.
Who is it?
May I come in?
Yes, Barry.
Hello, Genevieve.
Oh, Barry.
I'm sorry to disturb you at this time of night. How do you feel?
Why, I feel much better, Barry.
Well, Joan told me that she'd talk to you this afternoon.
Yes, Barry.
We're all washed up, you know. She asked me to come back to you.
Oh, Barry. If you only would.
There's a lot of unpleasant memories between us.
I try to make you forget them, Barry.
I had decided to go to California.
Oh, Barry, please don't. Stay with me. I need you, darling. Please don't go.
All right, Genevieve. If that's the way you want it.
Barry, you don't know what this means to me. We'll really be together again. You and the baby.
Genevieve, what's wrong?
It's that heart.
What?
Excitement. My medicine in the bathroom. Please, Barry.
Medicine?
Yes. The little one with the medicine doctor. Please.
Yes. Yes, Genevieve. Bottle of the medicine doctor. Medicine drops in. Oh. I have it. How much do you take?
$5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you are.
Thank you, Barry.
Oh, you'll be all right now, Genevieve. You'll be all right in a few moments. I'll stay in the other room tonight.
Barry.
What is it?
That bottle. That isn't my medicine.
What?
No. Look at the label. That's your mother's medicine.
Mother? Oh, good Lord, it is.
It's wrong for me. That medicine is a heart depressant. Barry. What have you done? I can't breathe.
Genevieve.
Well, Barry, what have you done? Genevieve is dead. Isn't this what you wanted? You're free now, Barry. Free. Then, 45 minutes later, Dr. Anstead hurries into the bedroom.
Well, Barry, what is it? What happened? I don't know, Doctor. This is the way I found her. Well, what sign of a pulse? Poor girl. I can't understand it. She'd improved so much. She's dead, Doctor? Yes, Barry. I'm sorry. I'm completely dumbfounded. Wait a moment. What's this? What on earth? Why, she's taken some of this medicine. Good heavens, yes, I can smell it in the glass. Well, what's wrong, sir? This isn't her medicine. I prescribed this for your mother. My mother? Genevieve's heart needed a stimulant. This induces the opposite reaction. Oh, she took this by mistake. By mistake? But how on earth could... Well, there's nothing we can do for her now. What time did you say you came into the room, Mary? Why, well, just a few moments before I called you. Well, that would be 12 minutes ago. Yeah, that's right. Let's see. She was gasping for breath. She tried to say something, but I couldn't make out what it was. I called you immediately. Well, I'll call the undertakers. I'll use the phone in the hall. The body's in this room, Mr. Andrews. Come in.
Thank you.
Barry, this is Mr. Andrews. Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Andrews is a police inspector. What? Why the police? I thought you called the undertaker. Not yet. Well, why the police? Barry, here's a letter your wife gave me not so long ago. It says on the envelope to be opened at my desk.
A letter?
Yes, I'll read it to you. Dear Dr. Anstis, for many months now, my husband has been in love with another woman. I refuse to give him a divorce. Lately, he's been acting in a strange manner. I know he wants me out of the way. I know he has tried to poison me. I have hoped and hoped that I could bring him back to his senses. But now I'm afraid it's too late. If my death occurs, I want you to investigate the circumstances thoroughly. Signed, Genevieve Bartlett.
But that's ridiculous. I never thought of such a thing. It's all pure imagination. I came back here tonight to stay. I realized what a fool I'd been, and that letter doesn't prove a thing.
It proves a motive. And furthermore, you lied about the time you found her.
Lied?
You said you came into this room 12 minutes before I arrived. You said she was trying to speak, and that you called me at once. 12 minutes elapsed from the time you found her till I came.
Yes, that's what I said.
But she had been dead almost an hour when I saw her.
What?
You waited, Barry. Waited till you were sure she was dead. Then you called me.
No. Wait a minute, Doctor. I can explain.
You can explain down at headquarters. Come on. Barry tried to explain. He told the truth. He had come back to Genevieve to stay. He did get the bottle for Genevieve. It was an accident. But he couldn't explain why he waited almost 30 minutes before he called the doctor. He said he just sat beside the bed in a daze. And that was the truth. But no one would believe him. No one. Poor Barry.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tonight's story was written by Elizabeth Easton and directed by J. Donald Wilson. The Whistler originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called There Are Shadows Here.
Look at my hands. Trembling like a leaf. And there's nothing I can do to stop it either. Well, if you've been through what I've been through. Last Wednesday, I come into Tim's bar. I sit down on a stool. I say, I'll have a Scotch mist, Patty.
Oh, hiya, Woody.
Scotch mist, Patty.
Scotch mist. Hey, there's a lady in here looking for you.
Lady?
Yeah. What kind of scotch?
Got any Glenlivet?
No, just white horse, and that's 69. Maybe there's a little left in the Hague bottle. Yeah, a lady looking for you.
Who was she?
I don't know. I never seen her. Tim told me about her.
When was she here, Patty?
A while ago.
Well, what'd she want?
I don't know. He was just looking for you. Scotch mist.
Well, didn't she say what she wanted?
Just wanted you. Is that stuff good?
It's all right. Why?
I was just wondering. I never tasted it.
Don't you ever take a drink, Patty?
Me? Oh, I never take a drink. Except ginger beer. You can't get that anymore.
That's so?
Comes in little stone jugs. Crocks, like.
Funny about that woman.
Yeah, I sure used to like ginger beer. I think Tim said her name was Esther.
Esther? I don't know any Esther.
Esther, Hester, Lester. Something like that.
Esther, huh?
Yeah. Esther, Hester, Lester. I don't know.
Well, if she was good looking.
Tim didn't know.
What?
Tim said he didn't see her face, see? You don't know her, huh?
Well, I don't think so. It's funny.
Dames. You want another of them things?
Yeah, I'll have another.
Oh, sure wish I could get some ginger beer. Used to drink it up in Canada. Marlborough Hotel in Winnipeg. Drink it with a quart.
I wonder who it could have been.
Who?
The woman who was looking for me.
Oh, I don't know. Scotch mist.
Yeah, thanks. Esther, huh?
Yeah, that's what Tim said.
I don't know any Esther.
Well, she knows you. Woody, she says. That's your name, ain't it?
Sure.
I could give her your phone number.
No, don't do that.
Okay.
If she comes in again, tell her to leave her phone number. I could call her up.
Yeah. I'll tell Tim.
Hey.
Huh?
How come Tim didn't see her face, Patty?
Oh, it's always dark in here. Always shadows in here.
Oh.
Shadows set you nuts sometimes.
Yeah?
Yeah. Good thing I don't drink nothing but ginger beer. Even if I could get it. You drink, and these here shadows set you nuts.
Yeah, it is dark in here.
Oh, that Tim. Look at them shadows, Woody. That there one in the corner by the cannibal's head. Don't it look like the cannibal's head is making faces at you? Look now.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks funny.
I'm in here all alone. It pretty near sets me nuts. There's one there by the second booth, you see? Looks like a big black cat.
You got a terrific imagination, Patty.
There's one under the bar here.
Huh?
Every time I stoop down to pick up a beer glass, I jump. Looks like a hand reaching out for me. Makes me jump.
Well, I'll say it's a good thing you don't drink.
Nothing but ginger beer. I go nuts.
Well, I'm going to get out of here before I go nuts, too.
Okay. $1.30.
And a dime for you, Patty.
Oh, much obliged. If she comes in again, I'll tell her you was here. Shadows. Every place you go, there's shadows.
When did I say that was? Last Wednesday. The things that can happen in less than a week. Look at my hands. I can't stop shaking. Patty and his shadows. I said to myself, I'm not going to Tim's anymore. There's a bar in the hotel where I can drink my Scotch mist and not have him mumbling in my ear all the time. I got to thinking about shadows, though, myself. I was sitting in the Italian place waiting for my lasagna and stuff, and wondering if I should order a bottle of wine. There was a candle on the table. There was a little draft in the room. The flame was jumping up and down. And the shadows on the wall. It doesn't take much imagination to see things in the shadows, does it? A game everybody plays. You want a little bit of advice, though, friend? Don't do it. Huh? Oh, I'll tell you. First thing I found myself making shadows on the wall with my hands. A rabbit, old man waggling his beard. Owl. You know how you get fascinated with that kind of stuff? The waiter must have thought I was crazy. I know he did when I jumped up and knocked the table over with all the dishes on it.
Hey, what's the matter with you, mister? You sick?
What made that shadow?
What a shadow. I see you making with the hands from the shadows on the wall.
I didn't make that shadow.
What a shadow you talk.
There was the shadow of a woman there.
Oh, you talk crazy, mister. There wasn't been no woman here for 2 weeks. Not since Esther got mad and quit.
Esther? Who's she?
She's a waitress here the last week, and she quit. The boss is saying he's not going to have no woman in this place and never, especially not Esther.
I ordered the bottle of wine and I drank it. Because I'm telling you, I did see the shadow of a woman's head on the wall next to me. And I'm also telling you I didn't have anything to do with it. All right, think whatever you want to. I tell you, I saw it. And Esther, too. Now, what do you think of that, my friend? Well, let me go on. I went home. I went to bed. Sure, of course I dreamed about shadows. What did you expect? Well, I live in a hotel, as I said, all by myself in a little room on the 8th floor. I didn't think I was going to get to sleep, but I did. I read a while. I left the light on in the bathroom. Didn't go for the dark, you see. I woke up in the middle of the night, thirsty from all that wine I drank. I started to get up and go to the bathroom for a drink of water. As I sat up in bed, see, there was a square of light on the wall opposite my bed from the bathroom light. And right in the middle of that patch of light, there was a shadow. The shadow of a woman, just standing there. Not doing anything, just standing there. I was scared. And the darndest thought come into my mind, scared as I was. I didn't get out of bed at first. I just sat there and I said, Esther? There wasn't any answer. And I tried it again. Esther?
Yes.
Ever feel your hair actually stand on end? Well, it does all right. Mine did. And I managed to speak again. I said, what do you want, Esther?
Will you come with me?
And the shadow sort of stretched out its arms to me in a gesture that was like a little girl. And yet it wasn't. It was, I don't know how to say it, like someone who was in love with me, someone that I loved. Oh, I can't explain it. I got up and threw my robe around me, and I walked toward the light. The shadow moved, too. It moved toward the door of the room, the door that leads out into the hall. The shadow's hands touched the doorknob. I looked to see who it was that was casting the shadow. And I tell you, I was alone in that room. Yes, sir, I was alone in the room. I turned back to the door just as the shadow seemed to kind of melt into the wood, and then seemed to go on through the locked door. And I reached for the door and opened it. The shadow was moving down the hall toward the stairway beyond the run of the elevators, and there wasn't a soul in the hallway. I tell you, there wasn't. The hall's brightly lighted, and all there was this woman's shadow gliding away from me along the wall. I stood there with my mouth hanging open. Just as the shadow reached the end of the hall, it stopped and put out its arms again.
Will you come with me?
And I slammed the door shut, turned all the other lights in my room off, and I stuck my head into the cold shower. I was scared to death. And you know what? There was a smell of perfume in the room. Russia leather. Yeah, I remember it from a girl I used to know in New York that always used it. And believe me, brother, I haven't got any Russia leather perfume in my room. But I smelled it. Plain. Well, all right. Maybe somebody's playing tricks on me. But if you can tell me how to play that one, brother, I'll put in with you. Listen. I was riding down on the elevator the next morning with Frankie, the wise kid that runs the car. You know what he did? Listen.
Hey, Woody.
Huh?
You stink swell.
What?
Perfume. I didn't know that about you.
What are you talking about?
Sure smells expensive. Where'd you get it?
You trying to kid me, Frankie?
Oh, goodness, no.
And I could smell it myself then. Russia leather. Well... I don't know why I ever go to Tim's. It's dark in there, and Patty... Well, you know Patty. Yeah, he gets you down mumbling... Always mumbling about the shadows. And that's where I first heard about Esther, too. It's a depressing place. So...
Got your list, Woody?
Yeah.
I don't see why you drink these things. We had some ginger beer now. But you can't get it. Why do you drink these things?
I like them.
Tim says your girl was in here again today.
Who?
This Esther, or whatever her name is. She was in, Tim said.
When?
Today. She asked for you.
What did you tell her?
I didn't tell her anything. It was Tim seen her. Or, rather, he didn't see her.
Why didn't he see her?
The shadows. You know.
Yeah. He didn't see her face to face then?
Just kind of like a shadow.
I see. What'd she want?
You, he said. She said. Wanted you to go someplace with her.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's all I know. You, want another Scotch mist?
Yeah, I guess so. Patty.
Sir?
Do you believe in ghosts?
Yes.
Oh.
Scotch mist. Sure, you work around a place like this as long as I have. You believe in everything. These here shadows. There was a fellow murdered here once when it was a speak. Fellow hit a fellow with a chair.
Yeah?
Yeah. If you see over there on the end of the back bar, that's one leg of the chair. Tim always likes to keep these here souvenirs. I don't care much about them.
Yeah, I shouldn't think you would.
No, them things is haunted, see? Boy, you ought to be here sometimes late at night when I'm alone.
Why?
The things that happen. Aye, give me the willies.
What things, Patty?
Oh, shadows and things. Scare you right out of your year's growth. You know what, for instance?
What?
These here shadows, Woody. Nothing worse than a shadow.
You're telling me.
Unless it's not a shadow.
What do you mean?
Well, there's people that don't have no shadow, see?
You know what I think, Patty?
What?
I think either you or me is crazy.
Huh. Well, maybe it's both of us. What makes you think so?
Talking this way.
Yeah? What are you scared of?
Who says I'm scared?
What's your hands trembling for that way?
Well, I drink too much.
It ain't that kind of trembles, Woody.
It is, too.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Don't look now.
What?
Right behind you. Take it easy now. There's a shadow on the wall behind you, Woody.
Cut it out.
There's a shadow of a woman on the wall right behind you, Woody. And there ain't nothing that's making that shadow.
A woman?
Yeah. A woman looking right at you. Go ahead. Turn around and look.
And I turned around slowly on my stool. I looked at the wall where Patty was pointing. I looked hard. Patty, you're crazy. Isn't any shadow there?
There's two.
There is not. I'll go show you. Now, you see? My overcoat here on the bench.
Where's that perfume all come from?
Hello, Frankie.
Hiya, Woody. Hard day at the office?
Yeah, not especially.
Oh, you just look kind of peeking.
Well, I feel all right.
You in love, maybe?
What?
Who was the babe looking for you?
Babe. Looking for me?
Yeah, a little while ago.
I don't know any babes, Frankie. What'd she look like?
Don't kid me, Woody.
I'm not, I tell you.
Hey, Florence. Hey, Florence.
Listen, Frankie.
Yeah?
Listen, there is a woman that's been looking for me. I don't know who she is.
You in a jam?
Yes.
Well, I didn't see her, Woody, honest. I was just closing the door to run up to the 12th to pick up the old guy with the teeth, you know. And I saw her just a second. She asked for you, and the old guy was punching the buggy. You know how he does. And all I saw was a kind of a shadow, see?
A shadow?
Yeah, kind of, you know. Hey!
What?
That perfume I was kidding you about this morning.
Well?
She had some of it on, too. Does that make you think of anybody?
Yes, Frankie. Yes, it does make me think of somebody. Which budge, Frankie?
Huh?
Who is it?
Me, Patty. Is that you, Woody?
What are you doing here, Patty?
I come to visit you.
Well, come in.
Hey, has she been here, Woody?
Who?
You know who I mean, Miss Esther, whoever she is.
She was here.
You see her?
No.
Good.
Patty, what is this?
It's ascending.
Of what?
Ascending, like they used to have in the old country. My grandpa used to tell me about it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
She's after you. She's come to get you. Now listen. Did she ask you to come with her?
Yes, she did. Last night.
Oh, man.
How do you know so much about all this, Patty?
I know a lot of things you ain't got any idea I know. My grandpa was born with a caul.
What?
A caul. A thing on his head. Look, I know what I'm talking about, Woody. I'm going to make her go away.
Patty, listen.
No, you listen. I know what I'm talking about.
Is she a real woman?
She is a shadow.
Patty, if you're playing a dirty trick
Woody,
on me...
I was never more serious in my life.
Well, what are we going to do?
You watch, and you do just like I say.
Well,
turn off the lights.
Patty...
Turn off the lights.
Well,
go on.
And I turned off the lights in the room, feeling like another idiot. Patty and I sat down in the darkness to wait. And we waited. And waited. And at last I heard a noise. A faint, strange, uncanny noise. I whispered, Patty. There was no other sound. And it was fully 5 minutes before I realized that the sound that had set my hair stand on end again was Patty snoring. And so I got up and turned the lights on again and kicked Patty out and went to bed. Well, maybe I dreamed it, maybe I didn't. But somewhere in the darkness, I heard the sound of someone stirring in my room. And a voice.
Woody. Woody? Come with me.
And I awoke. And the scent of her perfume was heavy in the room. That would be last Thursday, wouldn't it? Well, the next night I came straight home and Patty was in my room waiting.
I tell you, Woody, you're in danger.
And so we sat late again, Patty with a curious collection of books and implements that he said would get rid of the sending for once and all. But there was no sending. Patty stayed all night with me, and we heard no sound, saw no shadows, smelled no perfume. But there was dust on the shelf of my bathroom. And when morning came, Patty showed me something scrawled in the dust by a finger. A woman's finger, if I'm any judge. It was just one word. A name. Esther. Maybe Patty did that himself, maybe not. I didn't know what he was up to. I can't get away from the fact that there is someone named Esther who wants to see me, whose shadow I have seen, whose voice I have heard. Someone who leaves the scent of Russia leather behind her, who scrawls her name in the dust. In the dust. That's curious, isn't it? Dust. Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night. Now, Patty and I sit again in the dark waiting. This time I know something's going to happen. Patty says you send her back where she came from. Send her back alone.
It can be done, Woody. All you have to know is the secrets like my grandpa knew. They've got all this stuff right here. Only thing is, maybe she knows. And she won't come whilst I'm here.
Yeah, we see, Patty, but I'm telling you something that better happen. Yeah, I'm about at the end of my string.
If she comes, she'll go, Woody.
I hope so.
Yes, sir. Shadows is terrible things. And the only other thing that's worse is for a man not to have a shadow.
Well, how could that be?
How could there be a shadow without anything for it to be a shadow of?
Yes.
Be quiet.
It's late. It's past midnight, I think, and I'm so sleepy I can hardly keep my eyes open. Patty, are you awake?
Yeah.
And the little light from the bathroom casts its square of light on the green wall alongside the dresser. And I can just barely hear the traffic in the street below. A night owl taxi. Somebody yelling a goodbye to a belated friend and...
Be still, Woody.
What?
Looky at the wall.
And I look at the wall. And there is a shadow in the square of light on the green wall alongside the dresser. And there is a tang of Russia leather in the air. And the shadow stretches out its arms to me.
It's time for us to go.
And I find myself getting up from my chair. And the shadowy arms are about to take me. And I hear Patty muttering something, and he seems so far away. And the arms are still reaching for me. Suddenly there's Patty's voice again, loud, real in the room.
Turn on the lights.
Why, of course I'll turn the lights on, Patty. And I do turn on the lights, and it's just a room again. And the shadow is still there. The arms are still reaching out for me, and the shadow starts towards the door. Suddenly, Patty screams again.
Woody, your shadow's gone.
And so my shadow is gone. So it is. And I follow the other shadow, Esther's shadow, to the door, and I open the door. And I follow the shadow out into the hall and down the hall. And seems so odd to be walking along in the light and there's no shadow for me. And the elevator doors open. And I walk in, and the shadow glides in ahead of me. And there's a woman standing there at the back of the elevator. The shadow just seems to melt into her figure. And I look at her and I say, Esther? She looks back at me as if she never saw me in her whole life. The elevator jerks suddenly. It starts to plunge faster and faster down the shaft. She turns horrified eyes to me and she screams. And I know the sending is completed. And Esther and I are done with shadows forever.
Quiet Please for Tonight was called There Are Shadows Here. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Alan Sparrow was Esther. Patty was played by Ed Latimer. The writer was Sid Cassell. And Frank Thomas was Frankie. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, words from our good friend, Phil Cooper.
Nobody living or dead was even hinted at in tonight's Quiet Please story. I thought up the characters in the story without any outside stimulus at all. Next week's Quiet Please will be called Gem of Purest Ray.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup presents Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, Raymond, the gay ghoul. Friends, would you like to fly through the air with the greatest speed? Do you think you'd enjoy being invisible, huh? Oh, it's easy. All you have to do is become a ghost. And to become a ghost, all you have to do is accentuate the ectoplasm and eliminate the protoplasm. Man! If that doesn't work, we'll introduce you to one of the characters on our show. He'll take care of you.
And that's the truth. What awful people on this show. Wherever do you find them, Mr. Raymond?
Well, it's simple. All you have to do is turn over a rock, and out they come crawling.
And just suppose you were looking for decent people. How would you find them?
Oh, well, now, Mary, you were the one who showed me how I just go snooping around houses, peering into windows, and I'd find all the nice people drinking Lipton tea.
Oh, dear, there you go, making fun again. You know, maybe if you drank Lipton tea, you wouldn't be such a bitter, unhappy person. Yes, there's something so warming and cheerful about Lipton. I guess that's why lots of folks drink it not only at mealtimes, but between meals, or whenever they get a chance to sit down and enjoy Lipton's famous brisk flavor. That word brisk. B-R-I-S-K, explains a lot when it comes to tea flavor. Brisk means that Lipton tea always tastes tangy and bracing. It's never flat or wishy-washy. That's right. You just don't know how good tea can be till you know how good Lipton's is.
All right, Mary. As long as you're in the kitchen, you'd better sharpen up a couple of knives, as our main character tonight is going to use them. The story is called Song of the Slasher. It's an original radio play by Milton Lewis and stars Arnold Moss in the role of Detective Dan Miller. Are you ready? Then gather close and listen. If you find you're getting too many chills, and just sit in the fire. A thick, murky fog hangs like a damp veil over the waterfront. The streets are deserted. The buildings loom like tombstones in a cemetery. No living soul can be seen, because people with sense stay behind locked doors. The slasher has murdered and mutilated his fifth victim in 8 days. In a drab, lonely little room, a young woman suddenly looks up when she hears a door close.
Hello? Well, what's the matter? Can't you speak? Hey, you get away from me. Let go. That knife. What are you doing with that knife? You're the slasher. Help! Help me, someone! It's the slasher! Help!
Hello, police headquarters.
Hello? It's the slasher.
What are you talking about?
He's here. 12 Dock Street. He's upstairs. Mr. Nell's apartment. I can hear him screaming now. He's with her. I go up, but I'm an old man. It's the slasher. He's killing her.
Hello? Is that you, Miller?
Speaking.
This is Captain Quinn, headquarters. Here's the charge you've been waiting for. The slasher's at 12 Dock Street, right around the corner from you.
On my way, Captain. Bye. And that's how it started. A detective was asked to do some queer things in the line of duty. I didn't mind moving down to the dump at the waterfront with my wife, if it would help catch the slasher. So when I got the call, I rushed out of my joint and beat it down to 12 Dock Street.
Oh.
Where is he? Where'd he go?
Hey. Listen, I...
Don't do that. I'll get you a doctor. And listen to me, sister.
Chanel, her name is. Are they going to send an ambulance?
Yeah, but it won't do her no good.
You were too late.
Did you see the guy who did it?
I saw nobody.
He can't be far. He was here a minute ago.
I heard someone go out the back way.
When?
A minute ago. Listen.
It's coming from that alley down there. Fog's so thick you can't see 2 feet ahead of you.
The back way goes into the alley.
Well, then it's him.
The slasher.
I got down to the alley, the radio cars and the men from the precinct were coming. We went through that neighborhood with a sieve. But we couldn't find the guy who whistled that queer tune.
Is that you, Danny?
Yeah.
Oh. What happened?
Well, you shouldn't have got out of bed, baby.
I was worried.
He got away.
Did he kill another?
Yeah, another dame. It wasn't so foggy I could have seen him. That's how close it was.
Any clues?
No, nothing to speak of. Hey, look, baby, don't you worry about this. You go back and get some sleep.
I'm frightened, Danny. That man is somewhere in this neighborhood and us living here.
I shouldn't have brought you down here. You're going back to our old place tomorrow.
No, I'm not. I don't want you here alone, and I want to stay with you.
Shut up.
Danny.
Listen. You hear that, don't you? That ain't something I'm hearing in my head, is it?
Danny, what are you...
Answer me. I want to make sure I ain't hearing
Well,
things.
of course I hear it. It's someone whistling, but why are you acting like this?
The slasher whistles that tune.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I heard him tonight.
Then the killer... The slasher must be somewhere around here.
I'm going out, baby.
Lock the door. The whistling was somewhere in the building. I listened. Where was it coming from? It was gone. I looked at my watch. 4:30 in the morning. I walked down the stairs listening for the whistle. I walked on my toes, listened at the other flats. I didn't hear a thing. I went down into the cellar. There was someone there, all right.
Oh, who's there?
It was Sykes, the janitor. I came closer.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Miller.
Yeah, Mr. Sykes. Hey, what's the matter? You're shaking like you got a fever.
You frightened me.
Why?
I thought you were the slasher.
Yeah?
He's around here, you know. He might be hiding in these shadows. He might be anywhere. Everybody's afraid of him. Everybody.
Yeah, so I hear. What time did you come down here?
4:30, like I do every morning. Why?
See any stranger in the building?
No, I didn't see anyone.
Who lives in the flat below us?
Mr. Trevelyan. Reginald Trevelyan.
Funny name.
He's a funny fella. Never sleeps at night. Wanders around the building whistling to himself.
Whistling to himself?
Yeah. He writes music or something. He got a piano in his place today. He talks crazy sometimes.
Think he's up there now?
Yeah, he never sleeps.
Here.
$20?
Yeah, it's for you.
Why are you giving this to me?
I want you to tell me when Mr. Trevelyan leaves his apartment. Do you get it?
Yeah, but why?
I ain't paying you $20 to ask questions.
Who's there?
Miller. Mr. Miller.
Yes? What is it, Mr. Miller?
My wife and I live upstairs. I know it's kind of late, but, can I come in here for a minute?
Of course.
Hope I'm not disturbing you.
No, it's quite all right. You the people who moved in a few days ago?
That's right.
Glad to know you. My name's Reginald Trevelyan.
Dan Miller's mine. You been up all night?
Yes. Why do you ask?
Well, because maybe you can help me. Someone tried to break into our place at about 4:30 this morning.
Really? Mr. Miller, you think your wife would be very annoyed if I played the piano now?
No, I don't think so. She likes music.
Does she? She seemed like a charming girl. I noticed her when you first moved in. You're very lucky to have such an attractive wife.
You whistle yourself like that very often?
Yes. Especially when I'm working on a new composition. Wait a moment. I think I have it. I've been trying to work out that passage all night. Miss Miller, please get out of here. I want to be alone.
You're a query, you are.
I'm not interested in your opinion. Huh? What are you waiting for? Get out of here! Get out! I'll blow you out!
Try it.
I've lost it.
What?
That passage. You see what you've done? I had it a minute ago, and now it's gone. It's how it's been lately. I keep forgetting things. I'm sorry if I was rude to you. I didn't mean to be. Mr. Miller.
Good night.
Mr. Miller, is it really true what it says in the papers about the slasher? That he has the whole neighborhood trembling in terror?
Yes.
Lovely. Trembling for their miserable little lives. Worried about their dirty little souls. Shivering in fear in their ugly little rat holes. I knew who the slasher was.
I'd embrace them and give them every penny I have.
Why?
Because I hate them. Because they laugh at me. Because... Good night, Mr. Miller.
I phoned headquarters, told them to check on Trevelyan. Oh, he was a queer one, all right. So queer, I didn't tell Laura about him. I didn't want to scare her. Couldn't arrest him. I didn't have anything on him yet. I lay down to rest. Maybe I heard it in my dream. Maybe not. But I heard that whistling again. That same tune. I think that's what woke me. I looked around. Laura. She was gone. And the door was open. I rushed out. The hall was filled with thick fog. In the yellow light, I saw a crumpled heap on the floor. I recognized Laura's bathrobe.
The slasher, that's my boy. He's not the type of low character who goes around murdering his friends and relatives. No, he's so big-hearted he murders anyone. Even people he was never introduced to. He's no snob.
Snob? He's much worse than a snob. He's a lunatic.
Oh, Mary, you're so unsympathetic. He's just lonely. He wants to get close to people with a knife.
Well, if he's so lonely, then why does he go around cutting people? You see, Mr. Raymond, I can say the same kind of things you do.
Don't you dare just be your sweet, practical self, or else...
You can't frighten me, Mr. Raymond. But as a matter of fact, I do have something practical to say. I'm going to suggest that all the folks who drink Lipton tea should buy the larger, more economical-sized packages. Not only because they're thriftier, but for another reason. You see, if you have a large package of Liptons at home, then you're not likely to run out just when you need it. For instance, when folks happen to drop in unexpectedly some evening. And, of course, Lipton's is a grand drink to serve your guests. It goes so well with cake or sandwiches. It just seems to make everything taste better. So, folks, be sure to have a good supply of that brisk Lipton tea on hand.
Yeah, do that. And while you're at it, be sure to have an extra hand on hand, because the slasher may want to collect one for a souvenir. Well, we've kept the blood from flowing long enough. On with the murders. Listen as we hear Arnold Moss as Dan Miller finish that story.
Laura was alive, in a dead faint. I scooped her up in my arms and rushed her back to our flat. She opened her eyes a few minutes later.
Danny.
You're okay, baby.
He was going to kill me.
Yeah. Drink some of this.
Thanks. Oh, Danny, it was awful.
What happened?
Well, you were asleep. I went out to get the milk, and I heard someone whistling.
Do you remember what?
That same queer melody we heard before, the one the slasher whistled. So I thought I'd help you.
Help me?
I thought I'd see him. I walked quietly down the hall, and there was no one there. Then I turned the corner.
Yeah?
I saw the knife gleam. Someone was hiding in the shadows. He grabbed my neck, and I screamed. I screamed, Danny. I screamed so I thought I'd burst my throat, and then it all went flat.
Did you see him?
No, but I felt his hands on my throat. They were strong hands, fingers like steel, and I... Oh, Danny, I'm sorry. I can't even talk about it.
Now, lie down. You'll be all right.
But when you think that he's right here, maybe living in this building...
Well, he won't be here long. I'm calling headquarters.
You know who he is.
I got a good idea. Now, just let me get on that phone and...
Danny, maybe that's him.
Now, take it easy, kid. Who's there?
Sykes.
It's just a janitor, baby.
Oh.
What do you want?
He went out.
Trevelyan?
Yeah.
Okay. Laura, get dressed. I want to get you out of here before the trouble starts. I'll be gone for a few minutes.
Where are you going?
With Mr. Sykes. You got a key, Sykes?
Yeah, but I'll have to go along with you. You can't take anything.
You know what this badge means?
You a detective?
Yeah. Now, let's go.
What are you doing here? Looking for the slasher?
I'll write you a book about it, pal. Now, here's his joint. Open the door.
All right. But you'll have to hurry. He may come back any minute.
All I want is enough evidence. I'll take care of him when we get it.
The door's open. Come on in.
It was 8 in the morning. But it could have been 8 at night. The fog was so thick. I knew this was it. I couldn't take any chances. I had to get all the evidence on him before I nabbed him. And I had to get it without him being wise.
What are you looking for?
Knives. We know he's got at least 3.
I don't see none.
Neither do I. Maybe it's a bum steer. I could be wrong. Hey, what's this? Music.
He's always writing it.
I used to be a choir boy once. They taught me how to read them notes. I wonder if I still can.
Why?
Because I think this may be a tune I'm looking for. Now, let me see.
That song.
Did you ever hear it before?
Yeah.
Bet you did. He's always whistling it. I heard it myself when he killed the last one. You gotta find those knives.
You better hurry. I think you just went out to get some breakfast.
I looked everywhere. Couldn't find the knives. I couldn't bring a guy in just because I heard a song. I found a bunch of keys. They were trunk keys. But there was no trunk.
I think I hear him coming.
Never mind what you think. Where does he keep his trunk?
In the storeroom in the cellar. He's always going down there for things.
Hold it.
That's him.
Yeah. Come here. There's room behind this upright piano for both of us.
What, the piece that...
Shut up. Get behind here and hurry. He sat down at the piano and played a queer arrangement of the same tune that led me to him. I reached for my gun just in case. Suddenly, I felt the sweat ooze out of me. It was sweat that felt like ice. I didn't have my gun. I remembered I took it off when I laid down to rest.
It's all wrong. Why can't I get it right?
He's going out again. Come on, Sykes.
I told you to hurry before.
I hear him going down those stairs. It's safe to go now. All right, Sykes. We're going to open that trunk in the store.
Here's his trunk, Mr. Miller.
This key should open it.
Are they the knives?
Yeah. The knives. Look at them. Covered with blood. Sykes, go to the police precinct. Tell them Miller sent you. Tell them to come over here with as many men as they can spare.
All right.
I took the knives and put them under my coat. Went up to my room.
Yes, I'm leaving. I'll be home soon.
I could hear Laura talking on the phone with someone. I opened the door.
Well, of course, I better hang up now. Danny just came in. Goodbye, darling.
Who are you talking to?
Mother, I'm ready to go.
Oh, wait a minute. There's no rush.
Listen, Danny. It's that man at the piano. Sounds like the Slasher song.
Yeah.
What have you got there?
My gun. Come on, baby, we're going.
That man playing the piano. Are you sure he's the Slasher?
Yeah. Positive.
Danny, you're hurting my arm.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a little nervous. That's his place. Come on in with me.
Come in with you?
Yeah. I figured out a way to trap him.
But, Danny,
Don't be scared, baby. You'll be okay.
Oh. It's you.
Yeah, Mr. Trevelyan. I'd like you to meet my wife.
I'm delighted.
How do you do?
Would you like to hear something? It's a composition I've just completed. I've had a great deal of trouble with it. But I think I've got it right now.
That gun.
Yeah, you got it coming to you, Slasher.
You stupid swine. You idiot. Why did you give me a chance? My music. Not even written down.
You murdered him.
Yeah.
Why?
You'll find out.
What are you going to do with that knife?
It's one of his knives. Stand still, Laura.
Danny, don't me.
In a minute.
Danny, what's the matter with you?
It's coming to you, too.
Danny!
I know who you were talking to on that phone. It wasn't your old lady.
What?
It was Jerry Boyd, that guy who lives next door, wasn't it? Answer me, wasn't it?
No!
Lie to me.
So this is why you made me come down here with you. You planned this all along.
That's right, baby. And that's why I had you insured for $40,000.
Oh.
You made one bad mistake. You married a smart cookie.
You're going to kill me and blame it on the slasher.
Yeah.
No! Help me, someone help me! Danny, don't! Oh.
When it was over, I wiped the knife clean of fingerprints. And then I smeared Trevelyan's hand over the handle. I knew what to do. Made it look good, made it look perfect. There's a way to get away with murder. And I found it. I thought.
Go on with the report, Noah.
Well, Captain Quinn, after I sent Sykes to the precinct, I went upstairs for my gun. My wife wasn't there, and got the gun, and I heard a scream. I rushed to his place. I opened the door. I saw Laura. For a second, I thought I'd pass out.
Yeah?
He grabbed a knife and come at me, and I shot him and killed him. Oh, Laura.
She was insured for $40,000, wasn't she?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, what difference does that make now?
A lot of difference, Miller. I want you to meet someone. Come in, Sykes.
Yes, Captain.
Did you hear Detective Miller's report clearly?
Yes, sir.
Was he telling the truth?
No. He lied.
What are you talking about?
I didn't go to the police when you told me. I hid in the cellar. I saw you go upstairs. I saw you get your wife and go to Trevelyan's place. I listened at the door. I heard you shoot Trevelyan and then murder your wife.
Captain, the man's insane.
Yes, Miller. A homicidal maniac. I'll take away his coat. You see? He's handcuffed.
I don't get it.
He's the slasher.
He? It's impossible. I told you about that melody. Why, it's still on Trevelyan's piano.
Trevelyan copied down that melody after he heard Sykes whistle it.
Yeah. I whistled the whole thing for him.
But the knives I found in Trevelyan's trunk.
I put them there. I know who you were.
Sykes was trying to frame Trevelyan. He's made a complete confession, Miller.
But how did you find out
when
that
you asked us to check on Trevelyan, we discovered that he's quite a famous, if eccentric, composer. I checked up on the other people in the building at the same time. I found out that Sykes escaped from the State Institute for the Insane 2 years ago. He's confessed.
Yeah. I'm the slasher. Why should Trevelyan become famous for what I'd done?
You had a perfect crime all figured out, Miller. But you made one little mistake. You decided the wrong person was the slasher. Even a copper can't pull a perfect one, Miller.
So I'm telling you all this because in 10 minutes I won't be able to tell nobody anything. Ever since I made my report, I've been hearing that song in my head. Like somebody whistling it. Soon I won't hear that either. It's a nice tune. Kind of sad.
Moral for tonight's story is never quarrel with your wife. Avoid strife. If that doesn't work, get a carving knife. Now, there's the perfect formula for domestic bliss. Don't you think so, Mary?
I do not.
Oh, well, then I'll give you another one. You'll love this one. Beat her till she's black and blue. Break her arms and legs in two. Then tell her to brew a cup of Lipton tea for you.
Oh, I give up. All I can hope is that folks don't pay any attention to all these peculiar things you say about Lipton's. And I guess they don't. The proof is that more people drink Lipton tea than any other brand. But if any of you folks haven't tried Lipton's, then why don't you do so now before Mr. Raymond says a word more about it? Why not let that famous brisk flavor speak for itself?
Well, now, if you weren't too caught up by tonight's story, let me tell you about next week's gory little tale. It's about a beautiful woman who holds your hand, tells you about the future. Of course, she's kind of pessimistic. She sees a man with a knife stuck in his throat, the girl waving gaily from the gallows. And listen to this. Our star will be the glamorous motion picture actress, Wendy Berry. Let's make it a day now. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Lucky Stiff by Craig Rice. And now I guess it's really time to close that squeaking door until next week, the same time, when Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup bring you another Inner Sanctum mystery directed by Hyman Brown. So until then, good night. Pleasant dream time.
Folks, if you'd like to try a modern food with a real old-fashioned flavor, then try Lipton's Noodle Soup. You see, Lipton's comes in an envelope, and all you have to do is empty the contents into boiling water, and in no time at all, soup's on. And what a delicious, chickeny-tasting soup it is. It really tastes homemade, and it's brimming with golden, tender egg noodles. Lipton's is economical, too. It costs less and makes more than canned soups. So, folks, don't forget to try Lipton's Noodle Soup. And don't forget to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Sea Phantom.
There was a terrible storm on this coast. The ship was heading for safer waters when through the storm they heard a woman calling for help. The captain ordered his men to rescue her. The ship heeled around and started towards her.
As they were getting close to her, suddenly the ship hit a submerged rock that tore open her hull. No one had a chance. For in a matter of minutes, the ship and all hands were lost.
In just a moment, the Hall of Fantasy will present The Sea Phantom. And now for our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Sea Phantom.
The house stands on one of two points of land that stretch out into the ocean, forming a small bay of the water and the shore between them. The tides rise and fall. The waves roll in inexorably. But sometimes the wind shrieks and howls in anger. On a calm day when the ocean is at peace with man and the soft sea breezes blowing off the water, there's no more beautiful spot in all the world. But when the sea is angry and the winds whip it into a raging fury and the sky is filled with black swirling clouds, then you would believe that you were in another world. And you would also believe the stories they tell. Don Fleming was an artist, and I, a writer. And through the years, we'd become good friends. Oftentimes, we would take trips together around the country, to Europe or South America. He to paint, I to write. And when we had finished with the day's work, well, we managed to have some pretty good times together. How we came to rent that house in Maine on the rocky coast of the Atlantic, I still don't know. But we did, and it was there the story I tell you begins.
Awful nice of you to come out here with us, Mr. Loman.
Well, I was coming out anyway. Got to see old Mrs. Green about some business, so I figured I might as well drive out with you fellas. Make sure you get settled nice and comfortable like.
Well, we appreciate it, Mr. Loman.
Oh, it ain't nothing at all. You're that writer fella, huh? That Larry Reardon?
Oh, that's right.
Read one of your stories in the magazine just the other day. Pretty good.
Thanks.
And what about you, young fella? What do you do?
I'm an artist.
Painter, eh?
Yes, he is. And a very good one.
Only thing I know about painting concerns houses and barns and boats. That's the only painting I ever done.
You're probably a lot better off.
I expect so. Well, here's the house. Better pull up. It's a beautiful house. Always come out here when I rent it to folks. Yeah. Here's the key.
Thanks.
And I want to thank you for driving me out here. I'll go on down to Mrs. Green's now. Drop in now and then, see how you're getting along.
Thanks, Mr. Loman.
And, in case you see anything down in that bay, don't you worry none. It won't hurt you, as long as you leave it alone.
Both Don and I thought he was joking when he said that. He disappeared down the road, and we moved everything into the house. Ah, it was a beautiful old place, spacious and bright, standing like a lonely sentinel on the point overlooking the ocean. And in the days that followed, we were too busy to think about his words. Both Don and I seemed to be, well, inspired, if you'll allow me to use that. And his painting was almost half finished, while my story was well along the way. Not until a week after we arrived did we realize what was happening. It was late in the evening. We stood outside the house, looking down at the ocean.
Larry?
What?
Something's happening.
No? How do you mean?
To my painting. I don't know how to explain it. I'm not painting it. It seems like someone or something is moving my hand. I make no conscious effort when I stand before that easel. Brush seems to be alive.
Well, that's what's been happening to me with my story. You know, usually I have to think and plot ahead for hours before I can write a word. But it's been different with this story. Don, it's writing itself.
What's it about?
Oh, about a Sanctum ship that sails forever.
You haven't seen my canvas, have you?
Well, why?
Because that's what I'm painting. The Phantom ship.
Strange coincidence, isn't it?
Yes. Listen.
I heard it.
It's a woman's voice, crying for help.
It came from somewhere down in that bay.
There's nothing down there, Larry.
I know.
Hello? Anybody home?
Who's that over there? It's Mr. Loman.
Oh.
Oh, and look, there's a woman with him.
I thought I'd drop in and say hello. How you getting along?
Fine, Mr. Loman.
This here's Mrs. Green. These are those two I was telling you about, Maud. Mr. Reardon and Mr. Fleming.
I'm pleased to meet you.
How do you do?
How you getting along?
Oh, pretty well. Say, by the way, when you were coming up here, did you hear anyone calling from down in that bay?
No, not a thing.
It was a woman's voice. You didn't call, did you, Mrs. Green?
No.
Now, then we probably were mistaken.
No, you weren't. You heard something, all right.
You know who it was?
Yep. It was the girl.
What girl?
The girl on the ship.
But there's no ship down there.
Yes, but there will be.
What do you mean, Loman?
You tell him, Maud.
All right, Simon. Well, it was almost 100 years ago, Mr. Fleming. There was a terrible storm on this coast. The ship, the Sea Mist, was forced into this bay. They were heading for shore when through the storm they heard a woman calling for help. The captain ordered his men to rescue her. They heeled around and started toward her. Then the ship hit a submerged rock that tore a gaping hole in her hull. Well, the Sea Mist went down in a matter of minutes, and all hands were lost.
But how could anyone?
It's true, believe me. Folks saw it on the shore. Saw the girl appear and the ship go down. No one knew where she came from.
But who was she?
Well, people said she was the captain's dead wife, the woman he murdered 20 years before, and that she'd vowed vengeance on all men. That's why I told you if you saw anything down that bay to pay no attention to it.
Oh, we haven't seen anything. We only heard her voice.
Now, you'll see the ship. Don't you worry about that.
The waves seem to be rolling in much stronger than they were before. There it is again.
Yep. That's her, all right.
I can't see any. Wait a minute. Down there, Larry, see? A sailing ship under full canvas. The girl. She must be in trouble. Why don't we go down there? Right, there's a rowboat down there.
I wouldn't if I were you.
I'm going to see what's down there.
I'm telling you, don't go.
Come on, Don. Right.
Don't go, will you?
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Sea Phantom.
Don and I went down the trail as fast as we could, even though it was steep and treacherous. As we neared the water, the spray from the breaking waves filled the air, and falling down on the rocks made it slippery and wet.
Those waves look pretty strong.
Yeah, but nothing to worry about, though.
All right. You ready with the oars?
Right.
Now shove us off, then.
Okay. The ship's still there?
Yeah.
Can you see anyone?
No.
Well, shouldn't take us too long to get out to it. Then we'll see if anyone's aboard.
Seems to be quieting down.
Yeah. Can you make out her name?
Let me see. Says Sea Mist.
That's the one they told us about.
Yes, I know. Hey, watch it. We're getting close.
Well, we're here. I'll beach these oars.
Think I should try hailing her?
Yeah, might as well.
All right. Hello, Sea Mist. No answer.
Yeah, maybe they didn't hear you. Look, we pulled up right alongside this rope ladder. We might as well board her.
Yeah, I suppose so.
You know, Loman's crazy with that story of his about this being a phantom ship.
It's the most solidly built ghost ship I've ever seen.
Say, you sure you tied our boat securely?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Okay. Up and over.
Yeah.
Want a hand, Don?
No. I can make it, Larry. Anybody on board?
Wonder why. No one answers. I don't know.
There has to be someone aboard the ship. She couldn't have sailed into this bay by herself.
Of course not. And she's in such good condition. They must have built her recently. Probably for a celebration of some kind.
Well, there's one thing, Larry.
What?
Why should I paint a ship exactly like this, even to the name? And I hadn't even seen her. And why should you write about one?
I don't know. Look, you think we better take a look around?
I'm not sure it would be a good idea.
Well, we can't stand down here and... Don.
Yeah?
Look up at the sails.
They're all unfurled. They're catching the wind. Where are you going?
Take a look over the side. There's no wake.
What?
Don, the sails are full, but there's no wake. The ship's not moving. Now, how can a ship be under full sail?
Where? Over there. The captain's deck.
A skeleton. Lashed to the wheel.
Harriet. That wasn't there when we first boarded the ship.
It could have been. We might not have seen it.
Maybe not, but I think we better get off this thing.
That's not a bad idea.
But you will join us when we come for you.
Larry.
Yes. I heard too.
There's something here with us.
But I can't see anything.
Nothing. Except that skeleton lashed to the wheel.
You will join us.
Let's get back to shore.
All right, let's go.
I hope our boat...
Don't worry, it's there. I can see it.
Maybe Loam was right. Maybe this is a phantom ship.
We will come for you.
We're coming, Loam.
Well, we were worried about you. We thought maybe you wouldn't come back.
What happened out there?
Yeah. What happened?
We boarded her.
And? What happened?
Well...
Listen.
She's calling to you again.
Let's go into the house.
Good idea. You shouldn't have gone out there.
Yeah, we know that now.
Looks like it's going to blow up the storm.
Yeah, it's clouding over very badly. We'll go into the front room.
I'll have to be leaving soon, Simon.
I'll take you back home, Ma. Don't worry. I'm just interested in finding out what happened.
What did happen out there?
Well, like Don said, we boarded the ship.
What was its name?
The Sea Mist.
That's the one, all right.
And then what happened?
Well, we looked over part of the main deck, but couldn't find anyone on board.
Did you go down inside?
No.
Good thing you didn't. You mightn't have come up.
We didn't see anyone by the wheel when we first boarded her, Oman. But suddenly, when we turned around, we saw a skeleton lashed to the wheel.
And then we heard a voice. A woman's. A whispering voice saying, "You will join us when we come for you."
Do you know what that means?
No.
I'll tell you then. Like I said, you shouldn't have gone out there. If you hadn't, nothing would have happened.
Well, nothing actually has happened yet. Just that we went out there, and while we were on board, we heard a voice.
That's just the beginning.
What do you mean?
What do you think she calls out for help for? She don't need help. She wants to get you out there, out to that ship. She's got her eyes set on one of you, or maybe both.
Why do you say that?
Because that's what I've heard. Now, mind you, I never saw it myself, and Maud hasn't either. But they say she's always looking for men for her crew, that she or the mate of the Sea Phantom will come to get you, if ever you set foot on the ghost ship.
Loman, you can't mean what you're saying.
Oh, yes, I can. Like I said, I never saw it myself, but I've heard folks tell about it. And I've known men to disappear and never show up again. Remember what she said. You will join us when we come for you.
When we come for you.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Sea Phantom.
Outside, the weather was getting worse. The sound of the waves washing up against the rocky shore became louder. The wind became stronger. Four of us were in the front room of the house Don and I had rented. Simon Loman had just said,
"And I've known men to disappear and never show up again."
He's telling you the truth.
What should we do?
I wouldn't know what to suggest.
Well, we can leave.
No, it won't do you no good. She'll catch you sooner or later. If I was you, I'd stay right here. She's going to take one of you, or maybe both.
You'd better take me home, Simon.
All right, Maud.
I'm pleased to have met you, both of you.
Same here, Mrs. Green.
Let's go, Simon.
As soon as I take her home, I'll come back. Maybe I can help you some way. Now, be careful.
What are we going to do, Larry?
Listen, maybe he's only trying to scare us. To play a trick on the smart city slickers. We've only got his story to go on.
And the woman.
Well, maybe she was in on it.
Yeah, of course that's possible.
Look,
Someone could have been on that ship when we went out there. And they could have waited until we weren't looking, then gone out and lashed that thing to the wheel, and then they could have hidden and called out the words we heard.
Why should they go to so much trouble to do anything like that? It's for a practical joke. It doesn't sound reasonable.
I know, but it's possible.
Yes, it's possible.
And I think that's just what they have done.
There is going to be a storm tonight.
Yeah, bad one.
I still can't believe that they'd go to all that trouble.
Look, haven't we done the same thing on occasion?
But we didn't go to such...
Of course we did. Now, forget it. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. I wouldn't be surprised if Loman didn't send someone else out here tonight to tell us that the woman was waiting for us.
It's starting to rain.
I wonder if Loman will be back tonight.
Well, he said he would.
I don't know. But I'm not so sure he will.
Listen. Yes, I heard it. This is a joke. Why don't they stop it?
Take it easy, Doc.
How can I take it easy? I've had all of this I can take. There it is again.
Where are you going?
I'm going to take a look out the window.
You see anything?
No, Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
There's someone coming towards the door.
Well, it's probably Loman.
No, I don't think so. He couldn't have taken Mrs. Green down to her house and returned in so short a time.
Yeah, I didn't think of that.
Who is it, Larry? Who is that man coming towards the house?
I don't know. Unless they're carrying through that joke of theirs.
Well, you're right. I open it. Larry?
What?
It's clothes.
What about them?
They're not modern. He's wearing clothing worn by sailors almost 100 years ago. He's at the door.
Okay, I'll let him in.
Yes?
I want to come in.
Why?
I've come for him.
For whom?
The man with the brush.
What are you talking about?
The crew was short one hand. That's why we put in here.
Look, I've had just about enough of this. This thing has gone too far. You go back and tell Loman to stop his little joke, or I'll stop it for him.
I came for the man with the brush. She said she wants him.
Get out of here.
Get out of here!
I want to get away from here, Larry.
We'll leave tomorrow.
Tonight.
All right. We'll leave tonight. Come on, let's start packing.
No packing. We'll just leave. If we want anything here, we can come back when it's daylight.
All right.
He's back.
I warned him.
Here, let me in, quick.
Loman, I want to talk to you.
Sure. What about it?
Look, this thing has gone far enough, this joke of yours.
Huh? What joke?
Trying to frighten us with that hullabaloo about a ghost ship and then sending him out here.
Who?
That sailor in a costume.
Listen to me. I didn't send anyone here.
Look how stupid you think we are.
I don't know, but I didn't send anyone here.
Then who was he?
I don't know any more than you do.
And that story you told us was true.
Every word of it.
I'm going to get out of here.
Don! He's running the wrong way. Going towards the edge of the cliff. We got to stop him. Don! Come back!
I'm leaving now.
You're running the wrong way.
He can't hear us.
We've got to stop him.
Woman, there's someone else out there, too.
Woman.
Look out, Don!
It won't do you no good to look anymore.
Now that Loman, he fell over the cliff. He should be down here on the rocks.
You won't find his body down here.
You saw him fall, so did I. And she went over with him.
That's right. We saw them both go over. But we're not going to find them down here. If we could only see out onto the bay now, you'd know what I mean.
Why?
She needed a man for her crew. She has him now. And the ship's gone and won't be back again. Till she needs someone else.
Tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Sea Phantom.
There was a terrible storm on this coast. The ship was heading for safer waters when through the storm they heard a woman calling for help. Captain ordered his men to rescue her. The ship heeled around and started towards her.
As they were getting close to her, suddenly the ship hit a submerged rock that tore open her hull. No one had a chance. For in a matter of minutes, the ship and all hands were lost.
In just a moment, the Hall of Fantasy will present the Sea Phantom. And now for our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Sea Phantom.
The house stands on one of 2 points of land that stretch out into the ocean, forming a small bay of the water and the shore between them. The tides rise and fall. The waves roll in inexorably. Sometimes the wind shrieks and howls in anger. On a calm day when the ocean is at peace with man and the soft sea breezes blowing off the water, there's no more beautiful spot in all the world. But when the sea is angry and the winds whip it into a raging fury and the sky is filled with black swirling clouds, then you would believe that you were in another world. And you would also believe the stories they tell. Don Fleming was an artist, and I, a writer. And through the years, we'd become good friends. Oftentimes, we would take trips together around the country, to Europe or South America. He to paint, I to write. And when we had finished with the day's work, well, we managed to have some pretty good times together. How we came to rent that house in Maine on the rocky coast of the Atlantic, I still don't know. But we did, and it was there the story I tell you begins.
Awful nice of you to come out here with us, Mr. Loman.
Well, I was coming out anyway. Got to see old Mrs. Green about some business, so I figured I might as well drive out with you fellas. Make sure you get settled nice and comfortable like.
Well, we appreciate it, Mr. Loman.
Oh, tain't nothing at all. You're that writer fella, huh? That Larry Reardon?
Oh, that's right.
Read one of your stories in a magazine just the other day. Pretty good.
Thanks.
What about you, young fella? What do you do?
I'm an artist.
Painter, eh?
Yes, he is. And a very good one.
Only thing I know about painting concerns houses and barns and boats. That's the only painting I ever done.
You're probably a lot better off.
I expect so. Well, here's the house. Better pull up. It's a beautiful house. Always come out here when I rent it to folks. Yeah. Here's the key.
Thanks.
And I want to thank you for driving me out here. I'll go on down to Mrs. Green's now. Drop in now and then, see how you're getting along.
Thanks, Mr. Loman.
And, in case you see anything down in that bay, don't you worry none. It won't hurt you, as long as you leave it alone.
Both Don and I thought he was joking when he said that. He disappeared down the road, and we moved everything into the house. Ah, it was a beautiful old place, spacious and bright, standing like a lonely sentinel on the point overlooking the ocean. And in the days that followed, we were too busy to think about his words. Both Don and I seemed to be, well, inspired, if you'll allow me to use that. And his painting was almost half finished, while my story was well along the way. Not until a week after we arrived did we realize what was happening. It was late in the evening. We stood outside the house, looking down at the ocean.
Larry?
What?
Something's happening.
No? How do you mean?
My painting. I don't know how to explain it. I'm not painting it. It seems like someone or something is moving my hand. I make no conscious effort when I stand before that easel. Brush seems to be alive.
That's what's been happening to me with my story. You know, usually I have to think and plot ahead for hours before I can write a word. But it's been different with this story. Don, it's writing itself.
What's it about?
Oh, about a Sanctum ship that sails forever.
You haven't seen my canvas, have you?
Well, why?
Because that's what I'm painting. The Phantom ship.
Strange coincidence, isn't it?
Yes. Listen.
I heard it.
It's a woman's voice, crying for help.
It came from somewhere down in that bay.
There's nothing down there, Larry.
I know.
Hello? Anybody home?
Who's that over there? It's Mr. Loman.
Oh.
Oh, and look, there's a woman with him.
I thought I'd drop in and say hello. How you getting along?
Fine, Mr. Loman.
This here's Mrs. Green. These are those two I was telling you about, Maud. Mr. Reardon and Mr. Fleming.
I'm pleased to meet you.
How do you do?
How you getting along?
Oh, pretty well. Say, by the way, when you were coming up here, did you hear anyone calling from down in that bay?
No, not a thing.
It was a woman's voice. You didn't call, did you, Mrs. Green?
No.
Now, then we probably were mistaken.
No, you weren't. You heard something, all right.
You know who it was?
Yep. It was the girl.
What girl?
The girl on the ship.
But there's no ship down there.
Yes, but there will be.
What do you mean, Loman?
You tell him, Maud.
All right, Simon. Well, it was almost 100 years ago, Mr. Fleming. There was a terrible storm on this coast. The ship, the Sea Mist, was forced into the bay. They were heading for shore when through the storm they heard a woman calling for help. The captain ordered his men to rescue her. They heeled around and started toward her. Then the ship hit a submerged rock that tore a gaping hole in her hull. Well, the Sea Mist went down in a matter of minutes. And all hands were lost.
But how could anyone?
It's true, believe me. Folks saw it on the shore. Saw the girl appear and the ship go down. No one knew where she came from.
But who was she?
Well, people said she was the captain's dead wife, the woman he murdered 20 years before, and that she vowed vengeance on all men. That's why I told you if you saw anything down that bay to pay no attention to it.
Oh, we haven't seen anything. We only heard her voice.
Now you'll see the ship. Don't you worry about that.
The waves seem to be rolling in much stronger than they were before.
Heard it again.
Yep. That's her, all right.
I can't see any. Wait a minute. Down there, Larry, see? Sailing ship under full canvas. The girl. She must be in trouble. Why don't we go down there? Right, there's a rowboat down there.
I wouldn't if I were you.
I'm going to see what's down there.
I'm telling you, don't go.
Come on, guys.
Right. Don't go, I tell you.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Sea Phantom.
Don and I went down the trail as fast as we could, even though it was steep and treacherous. As we neared the water, the spray from the breaking waves filled the air, and falling down on the rocks made it slippery and wet.
Those waves look pretty strong.
Yeah, but nothing to worry about, though.
All right. You ready with the oars?
Right.
Now shove us off, then.
Okay. The ship's still there?
Yeah.
Can you see anyone?
No.
Well, it shouldn't take us too long to get out to it. Then we'll see if anyone's aboard.
Seems to be quieting down.
Yeah. Can you make out her name?
Let me see. It says Sea Mist.
That's the one they told us about.
Yes, I know. Hey, watch it. We're getting close.
Well, we're here. I'll beach these oars.
Think I should try hailing her?
Yeah, might as well.
All right. Hello, Sea Mist. There's no answer.
Yeah, maybe they didn't hear you. Look, we pulled up right alongside this rope ladder. We might as well board her.
Yeah, I suppose so.
You know, Loman's crazy with that story of his about this being a phantom ship.
It's the most solidly built ghost ship I've ever seen.
Say, you sure you tied our boat securely?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Okay. Up and over.
Yeah.
Want a hand, Don?
No. I can make it, Larry. Anybody on board? Wonder why. No one answers. I don't know. There has to be someone aboard the ship. She couldn't have sailed into this bay by herself.
Of course not. And she's in such good condition. They must have built her recently. Probably for a celebration of some kind.
Well, there's one thing, Larry.
What?
Why should I paint a ship exactly like this, even to the name? And I hadn't even seen her. And why should you write about one?
I don't know. Look, you think we better take a look around?
I'm not sure it would be a good idea.
Well, we can't stand down here. Don.
Yeah?
Look up at the sails.
They're all unfurled. They're catching the wind. Where are you going?
Take a look over the side. There's no wake.
What?
Don, the sails are full, but there's no wake. The ship's not moving. Now, how can a ship be under full sail?
Where? Over there. On the captain's deck.
A skeleton. Lashed to the wheel.
Larry, that wasn't there when we first boarded the ship.
It could have been. We might not have seen it.
Maybe not, but I think we better get off this thing.
That's not a bad idea.
But you will join us when we come for you.
Larry.
Yes, I heard too.
There's something here with us.
But I can't see anything.
Nothing. Except that skeleton lashed to the wheel.
You will join us.
Let's get back to shore.
All right, let's go.
I hope our boat...
Don't worry, it's there. I can see it.
Maybe Lone was right. Maybe this is a phantom ship.
We will come for you.
We're coming, Loman.
Yeah, we were worried about you. We thought maybe you wouldn't come back.
What happened out there?
Yeah. What happened?
We boarded her.
And? What happened?
Well...
Listen.
She's calling to you again.
Let's go into the house.
Good idea. You shouldn't have gone out there.
We know that now.
Looks like it's going to blow up a storm.
Yeah, it's clouding over very badly. We'll go into the front room.
I'll have to be leaving soon, Simon.
I'll take you back home, Ma. Don't worry. I'm just interested in finding out what happened.
What did happen out there?
Well, like Don said, we boarded the ship.
What was its name?
The Sea Mist.
That's the one, all right.
And then what happened?
Well, we looked over part of the main deck, but couldn't find anyone on board.
Did you go down inside?
No.
Good thing you didn't. You mightn't have come up.
We didn't see anyone by the wheel when we first boarded her, Oman. But suddenly, when we turned around, we saw a skeleton lashed to the wheel.
And then we heard a voice, a woman's, a whispering voice saying, "You will join us when we come for you."
Do you know what that means?
No.
I'll tell you then. Like I said, you shouldn't have gone out there. If you hadn't, nothing would have happened.
Well, nothing actually has happened yet. Just that we went out there, and while we were on board, we heard a voice.
That's just the beginning.
What do you mean?
What do you think she calls out for help for? She don't need help. She wants to get you out there, out to that ship. She's got her eyes set on one of you, or maybe both.
Why do you say that?
Because that's what I've heard. Now, mind you, I never saw it myself, and Maud hasn't either. But they say she's always looking for men for her crew, that she or the mate of the Sea Phantom will come to get you if ever you set foot on the ghost ship.
Loman, you can't mean what you say.
Oh, yes, I can. Like I said, I never saw it myself. But I've heard folks tell about it. And I've known men to disappear and never show up again. Remember what she said. You will join us when we come for you.
When we come for you.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Sea Phantom.
Outside, the weather was getting worse. The sound of the waves washing up against the rocky shore became louder. The wind became stronger. 4 of us were in the front room of the house Don and I had rented. Simon Loman had just said,
"And I've known men to disappear and never show up again."
He's telling you the truth.
What should we do?
I wouldn't know what to suggest.
"Well, we can leave."
No, it won't do you no good. She'll catch you sooner or later. If I was you, I'd stay right here. She's going to take one of you. Or maybe both.
You'd better take me home, Simon.
All right, Maud.
I'm pleased to have met you, both of you.
Same here, Mrs. Green.
Let's go, Simon.
As soon as I take her home, I'll come back. Maybe I can help you some way. Now, be careful.
What are we going to do, Larry?
Listen, Don, maybe he's only trying to scare us. To play a trick on the smart city slickers. We've only got his story to go on.
And the woman.
Well, maybe she was in on it.
Yeah, of course that's possible.
Look, someone could have been on that ship when we went out there. And they could have waited until we weren't looking, then gone out and lashed that thing to the wheel, and then they could have hidden and called out the words we heard.
Why should they go to so much trouble to do anything like that? It's for a practical joke. It doesn't sound reasonable.
I know, but it's possible.
Yes, it's possible.
And I think that's just what they have done.
There is going to be a storm tonight.
Yeah, bad one.
I still can't believe that they'd go to all that trouble.
Look, haven't we done the same thing on occasion?
But we didn't go to such...
Of course we did. Now, forget it. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. I wouldn't be surprised if Loman didn't send someone else out here tonight to tell us that the woman was waiting for us.
It's starting to rain.
I wonder if Loman will be back tonight.
Well, he said he would.
I know. But I'm not so sure he will.
Listen. Yes, I heard it. This is a joke. Why don't they stop it?
Take it easy, Don.
How can I take it easy? I've had all of this I can take. There it is again.
Where are you going?
I'm going to take a look out the window.
You see anything?
No, Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
There's someone coming towards the door.
Well, it's probably Loman.
I don't think so. He couldn't have taken Mrs. Green down to her house and returned in so short a time.
Yeah, I didn't think of that.
Who is it, Larry? Who is that man coming towards the house?
I don't know.
Unless they're carrying through that joke of theirs. Well, you're right. I opened it. Larry, what? It's clothes. What about them? They're not modern. He's wearing clothing worn by sailors almost 100 years ago. He's at the door. Okay, I'll let him in. Yes?
I want to come in.
Why?
I've come for him.
For whom?
The man with the brush.
What are you talking about?
The crew was short one hand. That's why we put in here.
Look, I've had just about enough of this. This thing has gone too far. You go back and tell Loman to stop his little joker, or I'll stop it for him.
I came for the man with the brush. She said she wants him.
Get out of here.
Get out of here!
I want to get away from here, Larry. I will leave tomorrow. Tonight? All right. We'll leave tonight. Come on, let's start packing. No packing. We'll just leave. If we want anything here, we can come back when it's daylight. All right. He's back. I warned him.
Here, let me in, quick.
Loman, I want to talk to you.
Sure. What about it?
Look, this thing has gone far enough, this joke of yours.
Huh? What joke?
Trying to frighten us with that hullabaloo about a ghost ship and then sending him out here.
Who?
That sailor in the costume.
Listen to me. I didn't send anyone here.
Look how stupid you think we are.
I don't know, but I didn't send anyone here.
Then who was he?
I don't know any more than you do.
And that story you told us was true.
Every word of it.
I'm going to get out of here.
Don! He's running the wrong way. Going towards the edge of the cliff. We got to stop him. Don! Come back! You're running the wrong way.
He can't hear us.
We got to stop him.
Woman, there's someone else out there, too.
Woman!
Look out, Don!
It won't do you no good to look anymore.
Now, but Woman, he fell over the cliff. He should be down here on the rocks.
You won't find his body down here.
You saw him fall, so did I. And she went over with him.
That's right. We saw them both go over. But we're not going to find them down here. If we could only see out onto the bay now, you'd know what I mean.
Why?
She needed a man for her crew. She has him now. And the ship's gone and won't be back again. Till she needs someone else.
Tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
The Mummers, in the Little Theater of the Air.
Now, the Hermit is ready to begin.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have You heard the story, The Search for Life? Eh? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
Yeah?
Hale, don't you think it's time you stopped for a while? It's getting awfully late.
Just a moment. I didn't notice what time it was there.
Come on, I have a nice warm supper ready for you.
Well, I'll lock the laboratory door and be right with you.
I wish you wouldn't work so hard, Hale.
You mustn't worry about me. The research scientist has to work hard.
I've barely seen you these past few weeks. You've never worked this hard before.
And I've never done anything like this before. Here, let me seat you.
Thank you. What are you doing, Hale?
Have you been in my laboratory?
I only went in the other day to clean up.
I didn't notice that you had cleaned up. Same to me.
You came back before I had a chance to do any cleaning.
But being somewhat of a chemist yourself, you studied my notes, eh?
Well, they were there on the desk. I couldn't help but read them. Hale, you must stop it. Stop this experiment immediately.
What I'm doing is nothing more than other men have done before me. The creation of the elements the body needs to live on and on. Yes, possibly the chemical and operative procedure for the recreation of a dead person.
Recreate a dead person? Well, that's impossible.
Why is it? Why is anything impossible if you know the cause and effect and the properties that make it up?
Hale, drop it, please. Don't go ahead with this thing. If you succeed, you'll control a thing that was never meant to be controlled.
Yes, I shall control death.
And the world will bow to you, flock to you at first, and then they'll grow to hate you and despise you for what you've done. They'll seek you out and kill you, because if death was not to be, someone else would have changed it eons ago. Hale, you must stop this experiment before you get... Coming. Why, Court Mander.
Hello, Nada. I came as soon as I received your message from Mr. Browson.
Come in. Oh, I'm glad to see you, Court. You know, I've tried for almost a week to get in touch with you. In here.
I've tried equally hard to make contact with you. You're a celebrity now.
Oh, you don't do so badly in that laboratory yourself. Won't you sit down?
Well, thanks. I can only stay a few minutes. Hale Browson is rather exacting since he's perfected his experiment.
Oh, let's not talk about him. I seem to be afraid of his very name. Bringing dead people back to life. Doing miracles.
I'm his assistant. You're not afraid of me?
Someone I've known all my life, grew up with? Oh, don't be silly. Of course I'm not afraid of you.
Well, Nada Arling, the actress. I never believed it'd be like this.
You doubted my sincerity? Or my ability?
No, I never doubted either. But that night 6 years ago when you went away, well, that's the way I've always pictured you.
I've never forgotten that night, Court.
Nor I.
I wish we could have had this meeting when I first arrived.
Then you're leaving?
I must, Court.
But why? Is it always going to be like this?
I said 6 years ago, if I ever married, it would be you. But I can't turn back now. I have contracted.
Doesn't the fact that something inside both of us is slipping away mean anything to you?
Our youth is slipping away, and that's the only thing I have.
Our relative proportions and understandings are what I meant.
That's not true. Because I'm Nada Arling and your assistant to Hale Browson, the new creator, even that can't change me.
I don't like my position, Nada.
That of waiting for me or as a research scientist?
Both, but I'm afraid of the latter.
I'm surprised. Mr. Browson's discovery has made him the most important person in the world. And you're basking in every glory that's his.
That may mean a great deal to you. But to me, it's something horrible. I only accepted the position as Browson's assistant for one reason.
You accepted him? It was the other way around.
No. He told me what to expect. But I was willing to chance it then. Now I know I was wrong. Already it has begun to show itself. We're going to work the other way.
The other way? To work against creation?
Yes. Hale Browson gave his discovery to the world, thinking its greatness would overshadow any evils it might give rise to. And instead, its evils have overshadowed its greatness and has gone beyond control.
Of course. What you contemplate is murder.
There's no alternative, Nada.
Oh, what of the good you've done?
Good? You haven't seen some of those old people we treat continually. We give them life when their souls cry out to die. That's what we're doing. And everyone calls it good.
You've changed, Court. I didn't know.
I'm sorry, Nada. I shouldn't have come here. You know how I feel about you. I'm entering another world, and you are the only thing that remains between me and... Well, I can stop now. Leave Browson. You and I could go where no one knows us.
Oh, that'd be running away, Court. Something that never solved anything. I know what to expect as I am now. I'm realizing an ambition, and I can't give it all up in a moment.
No. I guess you couldn't. I should have known. Where does your tour take you?
My boat leaves for South America at 6 tomorrow morning. Court.
Yes, Nana?
I want you to promise me something.
All right.
That you'll forget Hale Browson and what you plan to do. Will you promise?
All right. Yes, I promise.
I hope you mean that.
Oh, I do. I do mean it. Are you going to board your boat tomorrow morning?
No, later this evening. They're giving me a reception, and when I leave there, I'm going directly to the boat.
I see.
Leaving so soon?
Yes, I have to be getting back.
Are you going to tell Mr. Browson tonight?
Tonight? Why, that's what I'm going to do now. I'll probably see you at the boat later.
Well, why such an abrupt departure? I wanted to... Strangely yet.
Good evening, Mr. Browson.
Court. What on earth brings you here at this hour of the night? I wasn't expecting you until morning.
I had to talk to you.
Come on in. Must be rather important to bring you away from Miss Arling. Sit down.
Thank you.
Seem quite upset about something.
I am.
What's on your mind, Court?
Do you mind if we close that door?
Certainly not. I'll close it. There. Now, what's troubling you?
Hale, have you told Mrs. Browson what we intend doing?
No, I haven't. Naturally, I haven't told anyone.
Good. Hale, before we start allowing them to die when they should, I'm going to kill Nada Arling and bring her back to life.
But why? Why should you want to kill her? You're going to marry the girl.
That's what I had hoped. But it's all changed now.
And why have you come to me? You know almost as much about the procedures as I.
Yes, that's true. But I don't know what chemicals not to use in order that her brain will remember only to a certain point and not beyond.
She won't marry you?
No. Her career is more important to her than I am.
You know this is murder.
But I'll bring her back to life.
And in so doing, you intend creating her mind so it will forget its former fame?
That's what I came to see you about. So far, our creations have been with everything but the mind. That we've been unable to change. When we brought people back to life, their memory patterns remained the same. Now, I know you've been carrying on further research along this line.
Court, I have. My first experiment was tonight.
What was the result?
Just a moment, and I'll show you. Come with me to my laboratory.
Who was it?
Oh, a derelict who had died. Now, just a moment before you enter. The experiment wasn't entirely successful. I brought the subject to life easily enough, but his brain, well, you shall see.
What was that?
Wait until I snap on the light.
In a cage. Looks all right. Doesn't seem to be anything wrong with him.
Don't go too near that cage. He may look all right, Court, but I assure you he isn't. Look at his eyes.
Yes, they have a wild, starry cast to them.
And his gibberish. What does that sound like to you?
It's almost like an animal.
Yes.
He wasn't insane before he died.
No, he died of a heart attack.
Well, then how did he become like this?
I reconstructed his brain exactly as it was. But the brain must manufacture something of its own that I don't know about. The only way I have of keeping him in that cage is to charge the bars with enough electricity to kill an ordinary man. It only stuns him.
Well, for heaven's sake.
What you see behind those bars is not a recreated human being, but a prehistoric man of gigantic strength.
I wish we had some other place to work. That thing gets on my nerves, jabbering and growling.
I can't let Vera know about this. We'll just have to stick it out, Court.
Oh, this formula of yours.
Yes?
We've been over it 1,000 times, and still the answer's the same. Now, shut up.
Court, please. Don't do that again. If he should break loose with the outer door locked, we wouldn't have a chance.
Well, why don't we kill it?
With what?
Well, we could use a gun. Wouldn't have to go near it to kill it that way.
Vera would hear. And besides, I couldn't do a thing like that.
I'm not so sure I couldn't.
Well, we'll find a more humane way than that.
And it's getting late. Time for me to go. I told Nada I'd meet her at the dock. Nada.
Court, I thought you'd wait on the ship.
No, it's best this way.
I was rather hurt the way you left me this evening.
I'm sorry, Nada. Well, come. Sit in the car a few moments. It's warmer in here.
All right. I'm so glad you came down. So glad I was able to see you again before I left.
Nothing could have kept me away.
This will be a long trip.
Yes, it will be.
Court, is there something wrong?
No.
Is there something troubling you?
No.
I just touched your hands. They're like ice.
It's just chilly down here, that's all.
I was half afraid of you a moment ago. When I looked in your eyes, they seemed to be staring at me oddly.
I want to remember you in case
Yes?
In case I don't see you again.
Oh, we'll see each other again, Court. I'm sure of that.
So am I.
You know, I've waited ever since we got in the car for you to tell me about Mr. Browson.
Mr. Browson?
Your break with him. You made it, didn't you?
Break? Oh, yes. Yes, I told him just what I was going to do.
Oh, such a weight lifted from my mind. Now I can leave without being afraid for you.
Yes, that's right.
That's all past now. When I come back from this tour, it'll be to the young scientist I knew 6 years ago.
Remember that. Remember that.
Court, you look so strange.
Remember the past, Nada.
Court, what are you doing? Court!
Nada, don't struggle, please. Just breathe deep. This poison is sure. I'll wake you soon. Oh, Nada, wherever you are, hear me. Believe me. You're the only life I have. I'll bring you back. But you must remember only the past. You must remember things as they were before. You must remember only the
Nada Arling slumps over dead. Will Court Mander succeed in making her remember only the past? What will happen when he brings her back to life? And the medieval monster in Hale Browson's laboratory, what about him, eh? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
Now the hermit again.
Court Mander has brought Nada Arling to Hale Browson's laboratory. Mr. Browson is making preparations for the final operation on Nada Arling's brain.
Have those clamps ready. Court, place your fingers here while I put these clamps. Not too much. Tear apart.
I'm holding it. Will those creases smooth out when I let go?
Yes, when I inject these chemicals. There. Clamps are in place. Now for the injections of this fluid. I'm ready for that now. Gently, gently. Now release your fingers slowly. Slowly. Careful. Careful.
Oh, this growling frightened me.
These clamps slipped when you moved. I have to put them back on again.
You cause anything more like that to happen, I'll take the shotgun and blow your head off.
Hold your hand steady. Place Suppose the tissue's too long, it will die again. We'll have everything to do all over again.
Here, I have it down again.
Steady. Now, forget him. Now, just a second. We'll be ready for the solution. Now. Release the pressure slowly.
Right.
See? The creases aren't coming back. Hurry. Hand me that piece of her skull that we cut away.
Here it is in this case.
You bored all the holes in it so we could fasten it down in place?
They're ready.
Now help me again. We must replace it exactly as it was cut away.
I marked it.
Good. Yes. I see the marks. Turn it just slightly. There. Hold it in place while I fasten it.
That monster grabbed his cage and the electric shock made him scream.
The lights. Court, they're dimming. Court, he's holding onto the cage and shouting the current. I can't see the work. I stopped this surgery. Our work is useless. Do something quickly.
Oh, the lights have gone out now. Must have caused the fuse to blow.
We haven't any time to waste. Do something, man. That thing. Is he free?
No, he's still in his cage. He's on the floor. Electricity must have stunned him.
Look over there. There's a candle. Light it quickly.
Yes, I see it.
Quick, bring it here. We must finish this operation. My fingers are growing numb holding this tissue in place.
If we can finish before that thing in the cage comes to. Can you see by this candle?
Oh, I must.
Hurry. I think I hear him stirring in his cage.
Can you see if he is?
No, there isn't enough light to see that far. Was the cage intact?
I didn't have time to look. There. I have one clamp in place on the skull. I'll have another in a moment.
What was that?
I didn't hear anything. Here, hold the candle closer.
Nada's coming to. I can see her breathing.
I must hurry. We still have to bandage her head. Oh, I can't seem to get this other clamp through the hole in the skull.
Her breath is coming faster and louder now. I can hear it.
Watch where you're holding the candle.
I can hear her breathe, Hale.
Once I get this fastened, the rest will be easy.
Oh, she's breathing so loudly, Hale, behind you.
What? The man! He's out of his cage.
He's coming toward us. He'll kill us.
Wait! We're your friends. We're going to help you. See? Come, follow me.
Hale, Nada.
She's going to be all right for a moment. We must get him back to the cage. Now, that's it. Come along. Court. He's watching you and Nada. He's motioning for you to get away from Nada.
Watch out, Hale. He's reaching for you.
No! He's pushing my arm. Court! Quickly, there's a hypodermic needle on the table. Get it!
Yes, I have it. He's watching me now. Look what I have here. This will make it feel better. Come just a little closer.
Get him with that needle. Fingers are crushing my arm.
Come on now, just a little closer. I won't hurt you.
Let go of me. Let go. Court, get him with the hypo quickly. Court, he looks like he's listening to something. He's loosening his hold on me. In a moment, I might be able to pull free.
Staring at.
Court, look. Ada is getting up from the operating table.
No, she can't. The operation isn't finished.
Use the hypodermic for her, Court. Hurry before she stands up. See? She's sitting up now.
Ada, lie down. Oh, get back, you.
He doesn't want you to go near her.
Man.
Nada. Speaking.
Man from the past. We are going back, you and I. And we will take Court Mander and Hale Browson with us.
Court!
Man from the past. Bring Mr. Browson here.
Court! Do something! Help me!
Court Mander. Try to move.
I can't. I can't move.
No. You want to. But I now control your will.
They can let me go. He's killing me. Court, talk to her. I didn't bring her here. Have her make this inhuman monster. Let me go.
Hale Browson. You must die.
No, you can't do this to me. It's murder.
You have murdered many.
But it was different. It was the only way.
Man from the past. You must hurry. I'm not much longer for this earth.
They're crushing my head. My head.
Man from the past, you would be dead. You're not for this world. They brought you back against your will. Court Mander, you spoke of shooting this man. Where is the gun?
In the gun rack. On the wall there.
Get it. Bring it here. Point the gun at that poor, mixed-up soul of yesterday with the body of today.
No.
Now, so that he may have peace and rest, pull the trigger.
No.
Pull the trigger, I say. I haven't much more time. Court Mander, you and Hale Browson have been violating the eternal law. Man is born to die, and die he must. Your soul will never rest in this world, but it will never come back. There is one more shot in the gun, Court.
Yes, Nada.
Hand the gun to me.
Yes, Nada.
I must lie down on the table here. Stand in front of me.
Yes, I am here.
This is the end of the world you created. Now we may all rest in our graves. Hale! Court! What has happened? Hale! Court! Open the door, please! Hale! What is it? What is it, Hale?
Browson's cries go unanswered. Hale Browson and Court Mander are dead. They will bring no more dead back to life. Now, turn on your lights. Turn them on. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermits Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to people who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. I could a tale unfold whose lightest word would harrow up thy soul, freeze thy young blood, make thy two eyes like stars start from their spheres, thy knotted and combined locks to part and each particular hair to stand on end. So spoke the ghost of Hamlet's father, but the words might well have been applied to the horror of Bene, Debele.
scene is the heart of darkest Africa, a tiny nameless village not far from Bene Debele. The village but a small clearing fighting off the ever-engulfing jungle. The jungle, dark, mysterious, full of fearful sounds and fuller yet of fearsome shadows. Overhead, the sky is lost beyond the locked and twisted branches of tall trees, and below, the black of night is pierced by the kill call of the lion, the sharp, hysterical laugh of the hyena, the shuddering whimpering of a group of natives shivering about the campfire. 3 white men, their rifles across their knees, stare out into the surrounding blackness.
If you want to know what I think you fellas are batty. You've been out here too long. You've let a lot of native gossip get under your hides. Now, wait a minute, Jack. I haven't seen this thing.
The natives who have seen it say it's a black leopard. I've only seen its tracks, and they're enormous, bigger than any lion spoor I've ever seen. I set a trap for the brute last night. It didn't go off, and this morning I went to take a look at it. It had been set off by hand.
One of the natives probably set it off.
Do you think any one of the natives would come out here after dark, with almost a dozen of their brothers lying back there mangled so that you can't tell they were ever human beings? Not on your life.
Irrespective of what it is, we've got to kill it. Or the natives will pack up and leave the village. You can't convince them that it is Nonakapa, the witch doctor. But it's so silly. The idea that just because they expelled the witch doctor, that he should turn himself into a black leopard and come back to kill them one by one. Why, it's silly.
Maybe it is silly. But look at it from their standpoint. Old Nakapa, who's 70 ibis a day, wants to marry the village belle. Her father defies the witch doctor, and the old devil casts a spell on her. In a week, she's dead.
Jack will say that's coincidence.
Yes, because he hasn't been out here as long as we have. In any case, the villagers drive old Nakapa out of the village. He curses them and the village and tells them that he'll return in the form of a wild beast and kill them one by one.
And the next night, one of them is mauled by a black panther.
And the night after that, and after that, and after that, till 10 of them have been killed. Laugh that off, will you?
Coincidence.
Listen, I'm willing to accept 1 or 2 as coincidence, but 10, well, that's different.
Why not 10? If the brute's got a taste for human flesh, why not the whole village? If he's a man-eating panther.
There's a subtle distinction between a panther and a leopard. Leopards are not man-eaters.
And why only the men? Since even a wild animal knows that the women are easier to get.
You're jittery, that's all.
Stay tuned. We've got more of this unsolved mystery coming up right after this short break. And now let's return to Unsolved Mystery on When Radio Was.
What's that? You're not jittery, are you? Well, that's probably a wild parrot.
That? A parrot? Rot. Then you name it. Go on. You've heard it twice. Name it. Well, I can't. I never heard anything like it.
Why not? Why not?
Yes, Snitchy?
He come. That Nakapa. You hear him? Nakapa give witch doctor call of death.
That scream we heard was the witch doctor?
You heard what Snitchy said.
Come on. Time we're getting away from fire.
Yes, Snitchy.
Yes, Buana.
Well, boy, who afraid, follow me. Lie quiet by fire. No move, no speak. Only lie quiet.
Yes, Buana. Me tell him, number 1.
All right, fellows, follow me. We'll get onto the trail.
Forcing their way through the dense underbrush, the 3 white men, followed closely by their gun bearers, worked their way to the animal trail. The jungle has become strangely still at the horrifying shrieks of the witch doctor, almost as though brute beasts though they were, they voiced silent disapproval of anything so brutish. The party pushes on, their general direction toward Bene Debele. Suddenly, holding up his hand for silence, Frank stops. Then points to a yawning black hole in the already black jungle. A pair of gleaming eyes, a streak of glistening white below, the foam-flecked jaws of a maddened animal.
Take careful aim. You, Bill, after me, and you, Jack, take the brute if he leaps to the right.
Right, okay.
Again.
It's gone. I know I hit it.
So did I. Come on, let's hurry.
Look here, the tracks.
Come here, quick.
What is it?
We did hit it, look.
Somebody's shot took effect. Why, that shot part of its jaw away.
Come on. It's at the village.
Even the beasts know there's something not quite right.
Beats me how the brute can run at all. It must be more than half dead. If it gets into the compound, we'll have no difficulty finding it.
We'll be at the compound in a moment.
Buona.
Yes, Nietzsche?
Here, Buona. Here is trying again.
My gosh, he's right. Look, headed this way.
What on earth does a half-dead animal want to come this way for? It has to cross the whole length of the compound before it can reach jungle again.
Take it easy now, fellows. We're at the end of the trail.
Bleeding pretty badly now. The spore's soaking.
All right. I'll go first. And no foolhardiness. No hasty shooting.
Right. Look, the trail leads right to your bungalow.
I know it. Stand back. I'm going first.
It went into the living room. Look out when you go through the opening.
This is the...
Jack stops dead. His eyes start from his head. The bloody paw marks cross the bare wood floor and end before a huge oak chest. He points and stutters.
But it isn't here.
Yes, it is. Got your 45 ready, Bill?
Yes.
Stand on the left side of the chest. You, Jack, in front. I'll open it.
On tiptoe and in silence, the three men take their places. The native boys crouch in the open doorway. Taking his 45 in his left hand, Frank slowly opens the heavy lid of the chest. A gasp of horror escapes them. Incredulously, Jack leans farther forward and stares into the chest. Sprawled like some nightmarish monster, half his jaw shot away, lies Nakapa, the witch doctor, the horror of Bene Debele, dead. In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the mystery of the horror of Bene Debele. Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken with the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is Frank Hilton's bungalow 1 hour later. The natives have disposed of the horror, and the three white men are seated at the table while Nietzsche, the native boy, serves them something to steady their nerves.
Well, Jack, what have you to say now?
Nothing. I want to forget it.
You won't. Not as long as you live.
But it's impossible. I expect to wake up any minute and find it's all a nightmare.
Yes, and every time you think of it, you'll do the same thing.
In spite of the fact that I was here, I still don't believe it.
Oh, it's true, all right. This isn't my first experience with one of the things. No, and not Bill's either. You'll get used to it if you live here long enough.
Not me. I'll take my chances elsewhere. What would you call it?
Never mind what I call it. Science calls it lycanthropy.
Science? Does science recognize what we just saw?
Yes. Lycanthropy is, first in folklore, the liability of a person to turn into an animal, and secondly in pathology, the belief of a person that he or she is some sort of an animal.
Sort of insanity?
Yes. The idea is this, that the person who, through mental maladjustment, begins to think like an animal will, when removed from the company of human beings, actually turn into an animal.
But it's impossible. Humanly impossible. Biologically impossible.
Yeah. Take a look at this. I've kept it for such unbelievers as you.
Extract from volume 17 of the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Yes, I had it copied.
As a pathological state, it is characterized by the patient's belief that he has been metamorphosed into an animal and is often accompanied by craving for strange articles of food, including the flesh of human beings or corpses. But when he leaves the neighborhood of a man, real metamorphosis may be asserted.
Pleasant sort of idea, isn't it?
It's ghastly.
The common name is werewolves. But wolves are by no means the only animal. The Britannica states further. In Java, we meet with the wer-tiger. In South America, the wer-jaguar. In Abyssinia, generally a woman and in the form of hyena or leopard.
And this is the world in which we live.
Yes. Shakespeare expressed it admirably when he wrote, "There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamed of in our philosophy."
Yes, Roma wines taste better. Better because only Roma selects from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A. Roma Wines present Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Hume Cronin in Make Mad the Guilty, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines. Those better tasting California wines enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine in the world. And tonight, Roma has great news for you. Big money-saving news that will let you serve Roma wine more often without increasing your budget for friendly entertaining, for delightful everyday dining. Now, Roma wines bring you Hume Cronin in a remarkable tale of suspense.
Bert.
Yes, my dear.
Well, have you found anything?
I'm looking, my dear.
On the theatrical page, I suppose.
Of course, my dear.
Looking. You've been doing that kind of looking for 6 months. Give me that paper. Bet I'll find your job in about 6 minutes.
Yes, my dear. It is true that theatrical season, particularly in San Francisco, particularly for Shakespearean actors, was inclined to be sluggish. And it is true that I had never had the great leading roles. Hamlet, Othello, Lear. Although my success in supporting parts amongst amateur groups had been little short of dazzling. It is also true that these successes were of some 15 seasons past. Still, the talent of your true artist is not to be thwarted or denied. But this was a matter which I had never properly succeeded in demonstrating to my wife, Elizabeth. Until at last, perforce, I was persuaded that the poor creature's life was dominated by only the most mercenary considerations.
Face it, little man, you were washed up as an actor before you started. You've just been looking in the wrong part of this paper.
Merciful heavens, desist! Have I not, in deference to your penurious concern, found you a boarder? Young Longstreet?
Him.
A sublime specimen of lusty manhood.
Don't try to change the subject.
Yes, my dear.
Oh, hey, here's something. Listen to this.
Yes, my dear.
A man with personality, poise, presence, to appear before the public, must be able to dress and act the part of impeccable good taste. What do you think of that?
Why, sounds most promising.
All right, little man, the job is practically yours.
What is the nature of the position?
Floor walker at Burdock's department store.
Floor walker? My dear, that's impossible.
I'm through supporting you as of today, understand?
Yes, my dear, but then...
And you'll take the job and like it.
Yes, my dear. With deep misgivings, I accepted the position. Nevertheless, I carried my role with dignity, undismayed by the tittering clerks who found in my wing collar a curious novelty. Months passed. Uncomplainingly, I bore the yoke of my disgrace. But the strain of long hours began to tax my strength. One day I was feeling particularly unwell. I left the store early and picked up my car in the parking lot. My only thought was to reach the haven of our modest residence on the opposite side of San Francisco Bay, but even driving was an effort. I was faint by the time I reached the checking station on the approach to the Golden Gate Bridge.
Hi, Mr. Matthews. Hey, you're early today. Hey, what's the matter? You look
my head again. Probably migraine.
Here's your change. You want to take better care of yourself, Mr. Matthews. Now, if I was you...
I'll be all right.
Silence this thing, Mr. Matthews. Now, I say it.
As I drove slowly across the great high span of the bridge and on through the Marin County hills, I knew, by some sixth sense perhaps, this would be the day. The discovery. Elizabeth, my wife, and our boarder, young Longstreet. A broad-shouldered, athletic nitwit. A swimming beach idol. I was returning early, you understand, and unexpectedly. Cautiously, I avoided the flagstone walk. On the soft lawn, my footsteps were noiseless. Quietly, I crossed the porch. I threw open the door. Sure enough, suitcases packed for flight stood ready on the floor.
Bert, you...
Oh, Mr. Matthews. Shame. Oh, despair.
Oh, nuts. Don't look so shocked. What did you expect?
This is my burden of grief, my cross to bear. Oh, shame, where is thy blush?
Come down off your high horse, Bert. You wanted to get rid of me, didn't you? Well, I'm leaving. If you don't like it, you know what you can do.
In silence, I have suffered your petty deceptions, your taunts, your gross vulgarities. But now, at long last, the worm turns.
Bert, put down that gun.
Hey, hold on a minute, Mr. Matthews. My heart has turned to stone.
Bert, you're ridiculous. Don't make me laugh.
Ridiculous? On the contrary, my dear wife, I am, for the first time in 15 years, a man.
Now listen, Mr. Matthews.
Look at him, always the tragic actor, the great tragedian. You're positively silly with that revolver trembling in your hand. Give it to me.
Keep your distance. I warn you.
Now look here, Mr. Matthews. Betty and I have got...
Don't worry, handsome. The little man won't shoot. I know him too well. Now give me that gun.
I warned you.
I said give me that gun.
Oh, that you had 40,000 lives. One is too poor, too weak for my revenge.
Get him, handsome. Well, we're on our way. Bring the suitcases, handsome.
Shall I hit him again, Betty?
Oh, the little man won't bother us anymore.
Ah, just one. For luck, huh?
Suit yourself.
Yeah. So remember me. Bye.
Be seeing you, little man.
Wait.
So long, Matthews. Don't take any wooden nickels, huh?
Elizabeth, wait.
What for? We've got places to go.
Please, Elizabeth. I am the vanquished. It is I who must go. Pride compels it. I shall go far away. Disappear, vanish from your life forever.
He's not.
Quiet. What's this you're trying to say, Bert? You're often to disappear? Vanish, Scrap?
Precisely.
Put down the suitcases, handsome. The little man has something up his sleeve.
Stay on the floor, worm. Remember, we haven't got all day to talk.
Please understand, dear wife. In my disappearance, in my seeming death, if you will, there are certain advantages to be derived for all concerned.
I'm listening.
My life insurance policy, for instance. $20,000. Not an inconsiderable sum.
Say, I'd forgotten about that.
Yes, but softly, dear wife, softly, let me finish. I was thinking rather of other advantages you would derive. My sudden death, presumptive, of course, would give you freedom to marry your healthy milkweed, this handsome nonentity.
Hey, watch yourself, Matthews. I don't like that stuff.
My deepest apologies, handsome.
Oh.
Now, Elizabeth is the subject of the insurance. Even in my far-off oblivion, I'll have need of money. I thought perhaps you would collect the money and...
And what?
Forward it to me.
Oh, so that's it. You're not the fool I thought you were.
There are mutual advantages, as I have indicated. I would have the $20,000, a trifling reward for my sacrifice. You would have a well-furnished home and handsome.
Maybe you've got something. Let me think it over.
I don't get it at all.
You will, handsome. You will. Elizabeth agreed, as I knew she would. She was, in fact, delighted. Longstreet gave us brief pause, but in the end, my charming wife persuaded him. Due to early training in the theater, the strategy of my demise was masterful. After 3 days' rehearsal with my two accomplices, I drove to the checking station of the Golden Gate Bridge. I was careful to enter the gate manned by my acquaintance.
How you feeling today, Mr.
I
Matthews?
protest, sir, with emphatic emphasis.
I don't get you.
This toll levy upon the use of a public thoroughfare, by my conscience, is unsocial, immoral, a downright swindle.
Hey, what's got into you? Come on, pay your fare.
I know you not, magpie.
Huh?
Are you carrion?
Who, me?
Are you fowl, flesh, or fish? Here, vulture, your pound of flesh.
Hey, look, Mr. Matthews. Hey, you better see a doctor.
Doctor, indeed. But the fellow would remember me. I drove slowly, watching in the rearview mirror. Near the center of the great bridge, high above the foaming sea, Longstreet and Elizabeth pulled in behind me. A break came in the traffic. I signaled Longstreet. He pulled his car alongside mine. Quickly, I reached his car, leaving mine abandoned at the very center of the bridge. The abandoned car, the suicide note I'd left on the seat, would bear mute testimony to my tragic fate. And by my conscience, the word of the fellow at the checking station would tip the scales. There remained but to vanish from the eyes of all who'd known me, and my desperate deed was done. Elizabeth and Longstreet drove me to Sacramento. I boarded the train for Mexico. The frail, meek little floor walker was no more. I was dead. Gone. Kaput. Presumptive death, indeed. In truth, I was reborn. And on some not too distant tomorrow, I would return, and the lives of Elizabeth and Handsome would be forfeit.
For For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Hume Cronin in Make Mad the Guilty. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. There's a big reason why more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wines. It's because Roma gives you an extra pleasure dividend in fuller bouquet, richer body, and better taste. And Roma gives you still another extra dividend. Now you can buy Roma wine at handsome savings. Now you can enjoy the delicious taste luxury of your favorite Roma wines and get extra change from a single dollar bill. Yes, you can now save up to 20% on finer tasting Roma wines. Take advantage of these big Roma savings. Buy Roma by the case. Enjoy delicious Roma wine more often with meals or when you entertain, and save money on every bottle. Ask for Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines, for extra good taste and extra cash savings.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Hume Cronin in Make Mad the Guilty, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Yes, the frail and meek little floor walker was no more. In Mexico, a new man wore my shoes. I became a man of purpose and daring. Through the art of makeup and disguise, I gave myself a villainous and frightful appearance, corresponding to my new character. I returned boldly to San Francisco with no fear of recognition. Thus was I privileged to read in the local papers of my own suicide and later of my wife's marriage to young Longstreet. Weeks passed. I learned Elizabeth had received the insurance money. I was well aware, of course, that she had no intention of giving me any part of it. The moment of final settlement had arrived. Late at night, as befits one returning from the grave, I rang the bell at the cottage I once called home.
Oh!
It is I, your lately deceased husband.
Bert, you handsome.
May the dead enter with the quick? Permit me to force my entry.
Handsome.
On my word, you're frightened.
Well, that ridiculous makeup you have on. Why do you have to go around like a scarecrow frightening people?
Hey, what goes on here?
Hurry, Bert's here.
Ah, handsome. In nightshirt and armed with a kitchen knife. An heroic figure, to be sure.
Matthews. Gosh, your face.
The face of Lazarus, risen from the dead, transformed by the chemistry of death.
Don't be funny, Bert. What do you want?
The insurance money. $20,000. Are you surprised?
Oh, you hadn't ought to come back, Matthews.
A bargain is a bargain.
Here's all the money I have in the house. Take it. Now, will you go?
May I repeat, a bargain is a bargain.
Damn, that's stupid. What are you waiting for?
Well, what do you want me to do, Benny? Shall I...
The knife gleams in the hand of the shirt-tail killer.
Get him, handsome.
Now, Matthews, I mean,
You've observed this automatic in my hand. Also observe as I remove the safety catch. I see your face grows pale.
Now, wait a minute, Bert. What do you want?
Dear me, hadn't I made that clear? I thought I had. I want my $20,000.
Now, listen, Matthews, take it easy. We only collected it yesterday.
Precisely. Hence my timely arrival this evening. Well?
Bert, I can't give it to you. Tonight, I haven't got it.
You forget, my dear, that I have lived with you in apparent connubial bliss for nearly 15 years. I know your habits all too well. I would venture to say that not only have you the money in cash, but that I know where you've hidden it.
Oh, no, I know she didn't do that.
No? And what is this?
Oh, yes, this. Why,
I could have told you that she wasn't to be trusted. Dear me, you have so much to learn, handsome. And so little time to learn.
No, Matthews, wait.
Bert, you killed him.
Not I, dear wife. I, as you remember, have no existence. I am dead. But you...
Bert!
Good night. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Would I could stay to see you explain this whole thing to the police when it be morrow? Perhaps you see it now, eh? Perhaps now you fully understand the sweep and majesty and genius of it. For you must know I had planned it. Yes, planned it every step of the way from the day I introduced Elizabeth to Longstreet until the poor wretch was found hovering over his corpse. Had ever a man played and conceived so magnificent a role, and in no tawdry theater for the make-believe, but in the vast arena of life itself, there was that one thing lacking. That one ingredient so essential to the full savoring by the artist of his creative genius. An audience. And even that I had foreseen. I had my audience ready-made. Elizabeth should be my audience. Her frantic protestations of innocence, her unbelieved cries and lamentations that the ingenuity of my plot would be meat and drink and the very breath of life to me. By a slight alteration of my appearance, I was able to attend her trial. Like a spectator at my own play, I could not have directed the performance better myself.
Then this remarkable woman, with the murder weapon still figuratively reaching in her hand, has the temerity to tell this court and this jury that the crime was committed by a former husband who conveniently rose from the dead and then disappeared once more into limbo. No, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. She is guilty, and the state asks that you find her guilty, with full knowledge and consent to the penalty with which that guilt entails. The penalty of death.
No, he's alive!
Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have.
I'll find you the defendant, Elizabeth Longstreet, guilty or not guilty.
Guilty.
Dispatch this wire, please.
All right. This is Elizabeth Longstreet, death row. Oh.
You can deliver it, can you not?
Oh, sure. You have a rendezvous with death. From the depths of experience, can assure you he is by no means an unfriendly companion.
Unfriendly?
Oh, unfriendly companion. Heartfelt sympathy, courage. 39 words. Let's see, that'll be 78 cents out of $1. Thank you. Really is sad when you come to think of it. I guess you were a friend of hers, huh?
In a sense, to be sure. Yes, in a sense.
Oh, wait a minute. You didn't sign it.
Just sign it, Little Man. The next day, I eagerly scanned the papers for the outburst that this sensational communication must certainly cause. But there was nothing. So I sent a letter, something a little more direct. I scanned the press anew. But still no sign. No single word to tell me how she had received it. What was it? A conspiracy of silence? I was like a player performing to a cold and empty house. Clearly, some stronger medicine was needed.
Yes, sir?
Ah, lilies. The symbol of purity and death.
They are lovely, aren't they? Fresh cut this morning,
Sweet
too.
poetry of flowers. A most delicate yet firm reminder of my unwavering concern.
Do you wish to make a purchase, sir?
Or decidedly. Give me all you have. I wish them sent by special messenger. The season is propitious.
Yes, sir. Where to, sir?
To Mrs. Elizabeth Longstreet, Tehachapi Prison, the death house.
Mrs. Elizabeth?
And would you mind writing a card? As you can see, my right hand has suffered a slight injury.
Very well, sir. What do you wish me to write?
Just say, from the little man who wasn't there. And sign it, Bert. My own name, you see. That surely would bring results. But no, nothing. Once again, nothing. I saw it now. She was playing with me, deliberately playing with me, concealing my communications from her jailers. And my time was running out. The execution was within the week. But I would move her. I'd move her in such wise as she would drown the stage with tears and cleave the general ear with horrid speech Make mad the guilty.
Okay, next.
It's my understanding that the state law requires the presence of witnesses to a prison execution. I therefore request...
Okay, who do you want to see go?
Mrs. Elizabeth Longstreet.
Let me see. That's Friday morning. What's your name?
Bertram Mason.
Let me see some identification. Driver license, anything you got.
Identification?
Yeah, anything at all.
Well, you see, I'm
sorry, Bud. We got to know who we invite to these parties some other time.
Hold on, sir. I demand...
I said some other time. Now beat it. Do you hear me?
She was slipping from my grasp, don't you see? The curtain was already beginning to descend. And still there was no audience to hear my curtain lies. That night I paced the streets in a torment of indecision. Then, as dawn was breaking, I realized what I must do. A drastic, desperate measure. But I must take it. The execution was the following morning, and at the earliest moment I presented myself at the prison gate.
Yeah? What can I do for you?
It's imperative, absolutely imperative, that I be present at the execution of Elizabeth Longstreet.
I'm sorry, mister.
Now, wait. You don't understand.
Can't be done. Oh, if you was a relative, say...
That's it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I am. I am related.
Yeah? Well, that might be different. How are you related to her?
I am her husband.
Her husband? Oh, don't try to get funny, mister. It just so happens she murdered her husband.
No, not him. Her former husband. The man whose name was mentioned so often at the trial. They thought I was dead, but I'm not. I'm Bert Matthews.
Oh, a crackpot. Save it for a soapbox, brother.
No, wait. I can prove it. She will recognize
Sure, I know. Now run along.
I implore you. I beg you, call the warden. Tell him that there's a man here. What was that?
Yeah. Not now she won't recognize you.
What do you mean?
I mean, that's it. It's all over. Finished.
Oh, no. Not dead.
That's right, brother. He's dead.
Suddenly my life was empty, and all my plans of triumph were as ashes in my mouth. Hers had been the triumph, not mine. Hers the tragic spectacle, hers the hour upon the stage. Now, in truth, was I really dead? Or who now would applaud my artistry? Who would believe my tale or even recognize my face? Only tragedy and death gain recognition. Yes. And therein was my answer. Therein at last would I breach the portals of undying fame, leaving behind me a manuscript setting forth the facts in full detail. I would actually die. The first man in history to die and come to life and die again since Lazarus. I searched the streets until I found a car with the keys and the ignition lock. I stole it. I drove to the Golden Gate Bridge, for I would not only die twice, I would die twice in the same place and the same way. I drove past the gateman and on.
Hey, wait!
On to the very highest part of the parapet. I would stand while horrified onlookers gazed helplessly. Then, as eager hands reached out to save my life, I would leap. I was dimly conscious of the siren behind me, but paid no heed. I drove faster to my splendid doom. I heard a shot, then another. The car was out of control, swerving, lurching, swirling like a crazy thing. I think for a moment I lost consciousness. And when next I knew what I was doing, I had crawled from the wreckage and was staggering towards the railing of the bridge. And I was being pursued. Even now, at this late hour, some monstrous fate seemed bent on thwarting my design.
Stop. We'll show you.
No, they would not stop me. I would not be thwarted. I staggered on. Searing pain in my shoulder. I fell. I struggled my feet again. The railing was almost within my grasp. Another shot, that winding, tearing agony up the bullet through my chest. I was on my knees again. But I must. I clawed at the steel railing, painfully lifting myself up. For a moment I balanced, swaying, and then, oblivion. Their voices coming to me from a long way off, like voices of the dead.
Stand back. Why, this guy is playboy Evans.
the same license number.
I wonder why he ran.
Yeah, it's tough. He looks like such a harmless little guy.
Please, is there no one to believe me? Just one. The lowliest of men, the tiniest of lisping children. Just one. Before this stage is dark, before I shuffle off this mortal coil, before I die.
Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines. R-O-M-A. Roma. America's favorite wines. This is Truman Bradley inviting you to try Roma Wines. To learn for yourself why more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. It's because only Roma selects from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines to bring you better tasting wines. And now, you and your friends can enjoy delightful Roma wines more often because Roma prices have been reduced as much as 20%. So make a note tonight to stock up on Roma wines tomorrow. Take advantage of Roma's new low prices to enjoy more of Roma's premium quality. Ask for Roma, R-O-M-A, the greatest name in wine and your best buy in good taste.
This is Hume Cronin. It's been a great pleasure appearing for you on Suspense. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. And I know you'd like to hear about next week's Suspense show when Roma Wines will bring you June Havoc in the story of a girl whose fatal resemblance to a famous movie star leads to murder. I'll see you soon, I hope. Thank you. Good night.
Hume Cronin appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Living in a Big Way, starring Gene Kelly and Marie McDonald. Tonight's suspense play was by Irving Moore and Robert Richards from an original story by Robert Rossum. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Miss June Havoc as star of Suspense. Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California.
Roma Wines bring you Miss June Havoc in Stand-In, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Shenley by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those better tasting California wines enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine in the world. And thanks to this tremendous popularity, you can now serve Roma wine more often. Roma prices have been reduced to save you money on every bottle you and your friends enjoy. We'll tell you more about this money-saving opportunity later on. And now, Roma Wines bring you Miss June Havoc in a remarkable tale of Suspense.
She's here, Diana. Get WC. Tell him, will you? And Jensen, take on those 40 Western Union boys that were supposed to come out and sing Here Comes the Bride. Very good, sir. And everybody take it easy now. Keep calm. What do you want to do? Give her a nervous breakdown?
Playboys. Hello, darling. Hello, everybody. Madame is home again.
I was always away with Madame. A grand entrance for her and utter confusion for everybody else. She was rotten spoiled. But what could you do? On the screen, she looked like an angel. And she was the top box office draw of the biggest studio in Hollywood. Everybody heard the story by now, of course. That is, the 9-day wonders version that the newspapers carried. But there are only 2 people in the world who know the real story. And I'm one of them. You see, I was her stand-in. This particular little caper all began just before her latest picture was supposed to go in front of the cameras. And she suddenly decided she simply couldn't bear to be making only $10,000 for a whole week's work, and took off for Florida. Nobody heard a word of her for 2 months except in the newspapers. Little things like she'd married her 5th husband and lost $40,000 in one night at roulette, and bought an old Spanish monastery and was going to bring it back to Hollywood, stone by stone. And then all of a sudden, she was coming back. That very day, with husband and monastery and everything. And everybody had to jump. The retinue had been waiting all afternoon and going not so quietly crazy. Particularly Mike Foss, her publicity agent, and me. I was having a whole duplicate set of dresses fitted so we could start the picture the minute she got back. She swept in, and I took a look at the new husband. And the minute I saw him, I knew there was going to be trouble. Because he wasn't taking it well. He wasn't taking it at all well.
Madame, for the love of Pete, where have you been? WC's been blowing his top all day, and the newspaper's blowing...
Michael, darling, everything's been taken care of. I sent WC a big box of orchids from the airport. And I brought a few of the newspaper boys along.
You did?
Hello,
Listen,
Pogo, darling.
I want to talk to you. First, I wanted to give you...
By the way, everybody, this is my new husband, Dennis O'Brien. He flew me out. We bought a little four-seater. Isn't he gorgeous? He's gorgeous. Such an improvement on Romano, doesn't it? Say hello to the folks, Denny, huh?
Hello?
Say, how about a couple of nice pictures of the bride and groom, huh?
Oh, well, darling, I think that's a splendid idea. Come on, Dennis. Come on, a little to one side, I think, darling. Lean over, perhaps. That's right. Not too far into the picture.
Where you say?
There. Now, isn't that about right, boys?
That's fine. Now, one of you alone, madame.
Oh, certainly. You can go now, Dennis. I'll join you a little later, darling. Just look around the house. Make yourself at home.
Thanks.
Hold it, madame. Thank you. Goodbye.
That's all right.
Madame, I was wondering about your hair. Are you going to wear it up in the cathedral?
Oh, I am Trey Beat. Lawrence and our miners' party was beaucoup.
Madame,
Oh, Diana, darling, I hardly noticed you. Are the new dresses coming? That one you have on looks lovely, dear. You look lovely, too.
Well, thanks, madame. I was wondering if...
Will you go, Diana, dear? I shall have to go and have that awful ordeal with WC, and the Schwartzes will be here.
Certainly. Good night, madame. You see what I mean? I won't say I didn't hate her, because I did. But I was used to it by now. It was a living, and better than pounding a typewriter or getting mauled in a modeling agency. I made my way back to the big, gloomy house to the study where I'd left my things. As I opened the door, I saw her husband, Dennis. He was standing with his back to me in the semi-darkness, looking out the big French windows that lead to the formal garden. He turned his head a little when I came in, and then back again, staring out the window. But even from where I stood, I could see that his big shoulders were bunched into knots.
I could kill you when you're like that, Maggie. What do you think I am, one of your Great Danes that you're going to haul around on a leash and put through parlor tricks? I'm not listening now, Maggie. I'm telling you. Now, cut it out. Cut it out, or so help me some night I'll murder you.
Sorry, Mr. O'Brien. I didn't mean it.
Oh, I thought it was Maggie.
Oh, so I gathered.
Excuse me.
Oh, that's all right. Forget it. I know you didn't mean it.
No. That's where you're wrong, sister.
Oh?
I meant every word of it.
I looked at him, handsome, weak, and violent. And I think I saw it all right then. For one split second, a flash of intuition, the future lit up in front of me like a marquee sign, a sign in big red letters that said, murder.
Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you June Havoc in Stand-In.
I don't have the right face for the screen, but I've got everything else. And Benny knew it. I didn't keep it a secret from him either. Not that I had to flaunt it at him. He was married to a slightly sagging movie queen, at least 10 years older than I was. And he was only human. Not that I said anything either. For a week I hardly spoke to him. First because it was smart. And then being Madame's stand-in because I was busy. There was all the flurry of getting the picture started, costumes and tests and so on, and finally the Academy Award dinner. Perhaps the less said about that, the better. It was Olivia de Havilland who got the award, of course, not Madame. And she found out about it just before the dinner and threw a wing-ding. But we got her out of there and brought her home before she caused too much damage. And Mike called the doctor, and he gave her a sedative, and then Benny and I were alone for the first time. All alone in that big, rambling mausoleum of a house.
Diane?
Yes?
Come over here, won't you?
I'm all right here.
Then I'll come over there.
myself. I'm not used to these big spaces.
But keep a little space, huh, Denny? I'm not used to no space.
I know. I've got no business even looking at you.
But what?
For a week now, I've been watching you. Thinking about you.
I know.
Did you?
Well, those things don't usually happen to just one person, Denny. Takes two.
Diane?
Oh, wait a minute, Denny.
Why?
Well, a couple of things we'd better get straight.
All right.
Oh, Denny, you poor, big, beautiful character, you. Why did you have to marry her?
Well, things look a little different sometimes from where you are, and they do when you get there.
And where were you?
I was a lifeguard. Just as simple as that.
And you thought this looked even easier?
There wasn't anyone else, and I thought, well, Hollywood, glamour, luxury. I might even get a break myself. Funny things have happened.
Now you know.
Yeah. Now I know.
But you still want those things that you married her for, don't you?
Sure, I suppose so. But I want something else now.
Me?
Yeah.
Sure. You got what you want, but I haven't. And I'm not settling for anything less. I'm not going to be the little girl that you see when you want to and then come back and lie around in your swimming pool. I want a swimming pool, too.
Well, maybe there's a way we can have it together.
Sure. There is a way.
What way are you thinking about?
A way that people like us would never want to take.
But suppose we did.
That would be different.
Is that a deal?
Sure. That's a deal. Casual, polite touch. But it was there just the same. We never spoke about it after that. Things went along and, well, I'm only human, too. But there was always that understanding between us. All that time we were just waiting, I guess, for what they call in the crime stories the opportunity. And then on the last week of the shooting schedule on Madame's new picture, it came. There was only one more take before we knocked off that day, so I was free to go home. But everybody else was jumpy and irritable as usual, particularly Madame. And then I saw Bene walking down the stage.
Don't blame me for holding up the picture. You're the director, I'm not.
Oh, please,
I'll be ready any time you say.
Make it 10 minutes.
Well, really.
Okay, fellas, move in for the close-up.
Oh, hello there, Maggie.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, when are you quitting?
Oh, Dennis, how do I know? I'm not the director. I'm merely the star.
You know, we're supposed to be aboard the yacht by 7:30. There'll be people working.
All right, let them wait.
Yeah, well, yesterday you said that
Oh,
you
yesterday I said one thing. Today I am working. Now shut up and leave me alone.
Don't talk to me that way, Maggie.
What?
I'm your husband, remember?
Yes, and I've had about all of that I can stand, too. Now you get out of here. Do you hear me? Get out of here.
Okay, Maggie.
And you might start looking for a good divorce lawyer. I think you're going to need one.
All right, come on now.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Diane.
Let's take a little stroll out to the gate, shall we?
I could use some fresh air.
Come on. We'll check out the big stage door here.
Okay. Well, it doesn't look like I have much longer, does it?
Not much.
Now or never.
I'm not quite sure I know what you're talking about, Denny.
Let's quit kidding ourselves. You know what I'm talking about. If she divorces me, we're finished.
You're finished.
All right, I'm finished. So if we are ever going to do anything, it's got to be now.
All right, let's quit kidding ourselves. Are we going to do anything?
I would, if I knew how.
There's the guard at the gate.
Good evening, Mr. O'Brien. Miss Burke? Hi.
Hey, Madame, I can have your autograph.
Afraid you got the wrong gal, Sonny. I'm not Madame.
You can't fool me, Madame. You're shooting that picture, Carmelita.
Come on, Peter, will you?
I even seen you in the same dress lots of
Oh,
times.
sure, they fixed me up to look like Madame, but I'm not. I'm only a stand-in.
Stand-in?
Come on, Diane.
Wait a minute. Look, Sonny. They gotta have somebody standing in there so they can focus everything just right, and that's me. Then when they're ready to shoot the scene, Madame comes out all fresh and pretty and plays it. You see now?
Oh, you sure look like her, though.
Well, that's what they pay me for.
Diane.
What?
That's it. That's the how, right there.
The what?
How. The kid just told us just now. Don't you get it?
How do you...
Sure. Out of the mouths of babes. How to murder your wife.
The whole thing would take about 20 minutes. It had to be timed and planned to the split second. We planned it for the last day, and the last shot of the picture. When everybody lets down and gets sort of half hysterical at the idea that the thing is finally over. The shooting schedule was made for us. The last shot with Madame was on an enormous set of a cathedral interior, with the camera pulling back half the length of the stage. The shot silent. There was no dialogue and no sound. They figured the shot for about 10:30 at night, and we were almost right on the nose. They finished the close-up, and the sound men had shoved their mics and things over to one side of the set, and the director and the cameraman were lining up for the long shot.
You'll be ready in about 20 minutes, madame.
Well, I'll be in my dressing room calling, if you please. Oh, what a relief. What a blessed relief. It's almost...
Oh, madame.
Yes, my dear.
You won't need me anymore, will you?
Oh, no. No, my dear. Run along. Run along and enjoy yourself, and thank heaven you're not a star.
Thanks. Good night, madame.
Good night, dear. Well. Dennis.
Hello, Maggie.
I've been beastly to you lately, Dennis, really. Come along to my dressing room. We'll have a little talk.
As I was leaving the stage, Denny was taking her back to her dressing room. It was 10:40, and I knew exactly how he'd look at her, and what he'd say, and what he'd do.
Close the door, Denny. That's it. Do sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
No, thanks.
Oh, don't be silly. There's just one more take. And
You're not going to make it, though, Maggie.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're through, Maggie. Through.
Dennis.
You leaving yet, Benny? Yeah, I got my orders. She said to call her when you're ready. Okay. Night, then. Night.
7 minutes. 7 minutes were gone. Now he'd be passing the guard at the stage door.
Good night, Mr. O'Brien. Night.
And now he'd be walking down the studio street and turning the corner at the other end of stage 1 and strolling over to the guard at the main gate.
Oh, hello, Mr. O'Brien. Going home now? I wish I knew. You married, Matt? I know what you mean. Well, I got my orders, and all I can do is carry them out. Ours not to question why, eh? Yeah, that's right. You waiting for Madame? Yep. She told me to wait until exactly 11 o'clock, and if she wasn't out here to go on home, so I got 10 or 15 minutes to kill. Cigarette? Oh, thanks. Don't mind if I do.
He'd stay there now. He'd stay there until it was time. It was 10:49. Just 5 minutes before, I had passed that same guard on the stage door.
Good night, Miss Burke.
Night. And I had walked down the same studio street and passed the same guard at the main gate.
Well, finally knocking off, eh, Miss Burke?
That's right. Good night.
Yeah, good night, Miss Burke. Good night.
I had walked straight ahead, as though I was going to the bus line. And then, when I was out of sight of the main gate, I ducked up the little side street that runs along the west end of the lot. I kept in the shadows now, watching every move. About 100 feet from the corner, there's another gate. It's usually locked and never used. But they'd been shooting an exterior, and they'd taken the gate off the hinges. There were barricades across the entrance, and a watchman who passed about every 15 minutes and then round at the corner. He was passing now. I waited in the shadows. Now, he was gone. Now was the time. I took a quick look around. There was no one in sight. I dashed to the gate and was over the barricades in an instant, and running as softly as I could toward the back of stage 1. The big door at the back where they moved in the scenery and the flats was open about a foot. We'd seen to that. And I squeezed in, and I made my way behind the scenes to Madame's dressing room. I opened the door and closed it behind me. And then I knew for sure that Denny had been there and done his part. She was lying on the floor with the marks of his big hand still on her throat. She was dead. It was 10:57. I had on the costume with the veil over my face, and there was nothing to do but wait. Wait there, shut up in a little room with a dead woman. For them to call her, and for me to play her part. I tried not to look at her lying there, and finally...
We're all ready, Madame.
I waited for the steps to die away. And then I opened the door. As Denny had said, it was now or never. I walked out and took my place on the steps.
You ready, Madame?
I nodded my head.
Rolling. Speed. Action.
corner of my eye, I caught the camera on the big boom, slowly beginning to pull back. It seemed a million miles away. I began walking down the aisle of the cathedral. There was no sound, so I was getting direction all the way.
That's it, madame. Slowly now. Slowly. Remember, you're overwhelmed with grief. Now you kneel. That's it. Now you clasp your hands together. Now cast your eyes upward. That's it. Perfect. Now hold it. A little longer. A little longer. Cut! That's all, boys. Put it in the car!
That was all. I had to keep myself from running as I started back to the dressing room, but when I got there, I sprinted. Around the corner and out to the big door. Denny's car was there all right, with the back door open, and I slipped into it and lay down on the floor of the back seat. It was 11 o'clock.
That looks like my time's up.
Yeah? A couple of minutes after 11. Guess she's not coming, huh?
Guess not. Well, orders is orders.
Yes, that's right, Mr. O'Brien.
I could hear his steps coming over the car, and then getting in, and then we were starting off.
Good night, Mr. O'Brien.
Good night. You back there, Diane?
Yes, I'm here.
Well, we made it, baby. We made it.
We knew they probably wouldn't find her till the next day. Even a director wouldn't stare at a disturber if he got no answer at the dressing room door, and that's what happened. We got the news about mid-morning, and of course everybody on the lot was grief-stricken. And that afternoon, everybody who'd be on the Carmelita set or had anything to do with Madame was called into projection room A. That's when we first met Lieutenant Malone.
I know you folks all feel bad about this, but we might as well lay it on the line. The lady's dead, and someone who was on that set is the one who killed her. Now, you're the husband, aren't you, Dennis O'Brien?
That's right.
Well, you know how we work these things. Motive and opportunity. And just offhand, Mr. O'Brien, you practically got a corner on the motive market.
I suppose I have.
Oh, but Lieutenant, a dozen people saw Mr. O'Brien leave the set before she was killed, before she made the last shot, and he was out talking to the guard the whole time after that, and then when he went straight home, he couldn't have done it.
Yeah, I know. It's a good alibi. Awful good.
Well, how do you know some stranger didn't kill her? Maybe she fell asleep in the dressing room after the shot, and some prowler...
No, it just doesn't feel right. You got the film of that last shot you made?
Yeah, here we got it here.
Let's see it, huh?
Will you run that last Carmelita take again, please? Here we go.
That's it, madame. Slowly now. Slowly. Remember you...
What was that? That's me giving directions. Well, supposed to be silent shot. Of course, that won't be used. There'll be music to cover that.
Well, let's hear it anyway.
Whatever you say.
That's it. Perfect. Now hold it. A little longer. Just a little longer. Cut.
Huh? That's all there is to it.
Not much there.
Oh, Lieutenant, nobody in the studio would have touched a hair of Madame's head. We all loved her so much.
Yeah, you better learn a little more about the picture business before you start throwing wild accusations around.
I think you got something there, Mike. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll just do that little thing.
A month went by. Of course, Denny and I didn't dare see much of each other, but things were going along. I'd even had a couple of small parts. On the strength of all the publicity about Madame, somebody discovered that maybe I did have the right face for the screen. And then one day we got a call to go to projection room A, and there was Lieutenant Malone again.
Just make yourselves comfortable, folks. I got something to show you.
I hope it's more than you had the last time.
Yeah, Mike, I've been learning the picture business, like you said. I learned a lot, too. All about silent shots and sound shots and wild track and dubbing and stand-ins. You were Madame Stand-In, weren't you, Miss Burke?
Yes, I was.
Uh-huh. You look quite a lot like her, too.
Well, a little, I suppose.
Oh, you'd fool me all right if your back was turned. Well, I've been fooling around down in the cutting rooms. I never realized before how much stuff got thrown away. I made a little collection of it. I want to show it to you. Here we go. Now, that is a wild soundtrack. You make that separate and mix it in after you've made your film, right? You can make sound without pictures just the same as you can make pictures without sound, right? Now, that day you folks were making that last shot of Carmelita, the sound engineers were sort of slap-happy, it being the last day and all, and so they just pushed their microphones out of the way. But they forgot to turn off the sound. And they pushed that mic right up against Madame's dressing room before the last shot. And the cameraman was running some test film, and here's what he got. I found this in a cutting room trash bin.
Close the door, Bene. Yes, that's it. Do sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
No, thanks.
Oh, don't be silly. There's just one more take, and then
You're not going to make it, though, Maggie.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're through, Maggie. Through.
Well, I guess that's it. Huh, Mr. O'Brien? Miss Burke?
Yeah. Yes, I guess that's it. I haven't seen Denny since the trial. I wonder if I'll see him afterwards. If what the preachers say is right, I suppose I will. And, of course, Madame will be down there, too. I can't think of any worse punishment than being her stand-in through all eternity. So I suppose that's what I'll get.
Suspense, presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, Roma, America's favorite wines. In a moment, we'll hear again from June Haddock, star of tonight's suspense play. Meanwhile, this is Truman Bradley with a suggestion that you try Roma Wines and discover for yourself the important difference, the extra taste luxury that makes Roma America's most preferred wine. You'll find that Roma wines taste better because Roma alone selects from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines. You will also find that you now pay less for Roma's premium quality, that you actually save up to 20% on these better-tasting wines. Tomorrow, buy a supply of Roma California Sherry, that perfect appetizer before dinner, that gracious gesture when friends drop in.
This is June Haddock. Suspense is one of my favorite programs, and I got a real thrill appearing on it tonight. I'm going to be listening to next week's Suspense show, and Elliot Reed will be the star. Thanks a lot, and good night.
June Havoc will soon be seen opposite George Raft in the United Artists production Intrigue. Tonight's Suspense play was by Robert Richards and Pamela Wilcox. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Mr. Elliot Reed as star of Suspense.